Your Excellencies, Minister Bush, Executive Vice President of the EU Commission, Director General, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow citizens, you're not supposed to laugh already, fellow citizens, everyone joining us online, and our deep tech enthusiasts in the room. I guess you're as excited as I am to attend this conference on deep tech entrepreneurship for innovation, resilience, and a competitive internal market. Before I welcome our host, Minister Bush, to formally kick us off, I thought we should remind ourselves of the fundamental why. Why the importance of deep tech? And it's not because the tech is mind-blowingly cool, and I think we all know, and we will see some of that today. But unprecedented times require unprecedented measures. As we face climate and biosphere collapse, an energy crisis, increasing inequalities, high inflation, political turbulence, and a gruesome unnecessary war, we need to admit that there are no silver bullets. There are no simple hacks. There is no manual. There is a direction, a fog, no map, and tick-tock. The clock is ticking. History has showed us that as we face challenges, by some divine, unexplainable magic, human ingenuity is sparked. The fire of innovation, the willpower that seeks and finds the light in the tunnel. However, we cannot dictate what technology we address to what solutions of the we cannot dictate which technologies we can address to what parts of these epic challenges. However, as you'll see over the next 2 days, we can and we are laying the foundations to catalyze that spark, the infrastructure to scale that spark, and the investment and risk understanding that allows the crazy and obsessive teams to pursue that spark. You're wondering who's in the room? The crazy and obsessive, I assume, but you're also an impressive mix of high-level representatives from the EU Commission and the EU institutions like the EIC, EIB, EIF, EIT, EPO. You have yourselves to blame for that, but policymakers from all the 27 EU countries, national authorities, people from the deep tech ecosystem, venture caps, startups, academia, and industry. And I commit to that by tomorrow afternoon, you will, one, have broadened your network with inspiring thinkers and doers across the field. Reach out and let serendipity do her magic. Two, you will have a better understanding of the risks and challenges ahead, because as I said, time is not on our side, and we have no room for self-congratulatory complacency. Three, you will be inspired and goosebumpy by the powerful forces of dedication in this room. My name is Aurora Belfrag. My day job is as a climate tech investor, and I have the honor of being your Sherpa over the next 2 days. I will be accompanied as a moderator by two of the industry's brightest minds, Jennifer Schenker and Ian Modin, who you'll meet later on today. And if anything should happen, we have colleagues in black suits, earpieces, and spider pins that are here to help, so don't hesitate to reach out if something happens. Without further ado, welcome remarks by our host, the Swedish Minister for Energy, Business and Industry, and our Deputy Prime Minister, Ebba Busch.
Thank you so much for that energetic introduction, and what wonderful to be able to look out in this room. Dear friends of innovation, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I represent, with all of those short acronyms, I represent ÅÄÖ, which is the Swedish government then. That's the three last letters in the Swedish alphabet. But I have the honor to inaugurate this conference on deep tech entrepreneurship for an innovative, resilient and competitive internal market. I have really been looking forward to this event, I must say. This is, of course, because the theme is vital for tackling the wagers of this generation. The green transition and threats to the European security order posed by Russia and other countries. In this room, expertise, I think we have both the expertise and the knowledge to craft the solutions of the future that is needed. I'm also proud to say that my country's position as a leading industrial nation was built on deep tech, groundbreaking innovations. Sweden is a country that breathes and thrives on innovation and entrepreneurship. From the pioneering ball-bearing designs, which laid the foundation for the world's largest ball-bearing manufacturer, SKF, to the innovation of the milk cream separator at Alfa Laval, which enabled farmers to separate their own milk and sell the cream to dairy factories. To Ericsson, of course, one of the pioneering telephone makers who went on to launch the first smartphone and invent Bluetooth, the technology connecting devices we use every day. These are just a few examples of Swedish groundbreaking innovations. Many of them shared common denominators. They were provided with time, money, and often public support, positioning them as global blue chip companies, maintaining long-term leadership within their areas. And the book that you have all received, I think you've received it all, right? Or else you're getting it later on. It's the book on innovation, the Swedish way, depicts the structures that created Sweden's favorable innovation climate. We are obviously proud of Sweden's history of industrial excellence, but Europe altogether has, of course, long been a global driver of industrial innovation. Evident examples include automotive and manufacturing and the chemical and fashion industries that keep firm their stature as global innovative beacons. These industries are procuring for needs that people are facing in their everyday lives and thereby also achieving long-term success. These success stories have not only created wealth for shareholders and stakeholders, but they have also attracted other innovators and companies, multiplying one success into many. This was a chief driver of the exponential development that defined the 20th century, bringing Europe out of poverty and creating the living standards that we all enjoy today. However, looking to where deep tech companies have grown into global market leaders over the past few decades, these companies are not really found in Europe the way we would like them to be, but predominantly in the United States and Southeast Asia. And this reflects the traditional saying that Europe researches and the US commercializes. Despite European digital leadership in the 80s, the US was allowed to lead the digital development from the 90s onwards, thus creating the gravitational power of Silicon Valley and several of the world's most valuable companies presently. But not only that, US companies now spend almost double as much of their income on innovation, investing 7% of the revenue on R&D versus the 4% invested by European companies. So if that were to be translated into revenue, US companies grow 60% quicker than European ones. These are staggering numbers to the US advantage. Now we are at the next crossroad. Again, Europe has created innovative leadership in areas vital to build resilient societies and create sustainable growth within the planetary boundaries, such as the next generation materials and several green technologies. I really see tremendous potential, and I know I share that view in the room here today. Tremendous potential in the new era that awaits in the coming decade. But we need to do things differently compared to the 80s when Europe allowed digital leadership a bit to slip out of our hands. we can build an industry based on a plethora of brilliant deep tech companies that can contribute to future-proofing the EU's industrial leadership. By harnessing all that innovative power, this can be turned into not only financial value creation, but also growth, jobs, welfare, and security. The EU has identified this potential, and I'm glad that the European Commission has launched its initiatives such as the Net Zero Industry Act and the Critical Raw Materials Act, as well as the CHIPS Act before that, to seize this opportunity. But we have to do more. Europe's innovation deficit is due in part to the often cited difficulty of scaling up young companies into world leaders. This is particularly true when it comes to deep tech companies that require longer development times and more capital than service-based business. The new European Innovation Agenda aims to position Europe at the forefront of the new wave of deep tech innovation and startups. And this conference is focused on some of the key challenges in the agenda that we need to overcome to improve the situation and allow deep tech companies to thrive and mature in Europe, thus contributing to the required level of efficiency with which we carry out the green and digital transition. The first of the challenges addressed in this conference is the need to improve the collaboration between small research intensive companies and large companies, as well as academia. Innovation does not happen in vacuum. We need to interconnect sectors to accelerate knowledge growth and dissemination. Small companies don't have the resources, networks, or time that larger players possess. So finding the methods for startups to cooperate can be tricky. However, our experiences show that it is a win-win situation where large companies also gain a lot from cooperating with small, innovative startups. Another growing challenge for small, knowledge-intensive deep tech companies, also raised in the action plan on intellectual property, is how to better protect and use one's intellectual property. With a business model based on advanced knowledge, having a sound IP strategy is crucial. I'm sure the unitary patent system, which comes into force as per today, actually, will help deep tech companies in the use and protection of the intellectual properties as well as EU competitiveness wildly. This initiative was top priority 14 years ago during the Sweden's last presidency of the Council in 2009. So we've had this top priority during our first presidency, our second presidency, and now our third EU presidency. This really shows that patience is king in EU context. Like I usually tell my children, I don't have that much patience, but I have a high degree of endurance, which sometimes also can be a good thing in my line of work today. I think ultimately the biggest hurdle relates to capital for financing innovation and growth of deep tech companies in Europe. Although Europe is rich, capital flows go to other areas than financing risk-laden deep tech ventures. This is a paradox since we would be better off and have a better chance of solving societal challenges if we find ways to really channel the necessary private capital to this area of the economy. So I'm very glad that we have participants from the financial sectors with us here at this conference as well. Hands up if you're part of the financial sector. Good. There are not that many, and now we know who you are. Good to have you here. There really is a lot of work to be done, so I will not prolong this introduction much further to really make an impact and accelerate European deep tech growth. We need to grow fertile ecosystems for innovation. We have a lot of experience doing that and we will hear about some of the best examples of fertile ecosystems around Europe. I'm so happy once again to be able to inaugurate this important event, and I hope that we can use these 2 days to challenge ourselves and find new solutions. The green and digital transition really is a game changer for the EU and for the world. It really is driving innovation, and it should be happening in Europe. Once again, welcome to Sweden. Welcome to this conference on deep tech entrepreneurship. And I think hearing the first words here on, what was it, the fog and all the difficulties and the time ticking, well, in this room, I see the beacon of hope as well. I see the shining city on the hill on the other side of these very challenging times. Thank you so much for being here, and once again, warm welcome. Thank you.
Well, you heard our minister. Patience, endurance, tremendous hope, and we are the beacons of light. It's been 1 year since we adopted the new European Innovation Agenda, and it's time to hear more about the achievements and the challenges ahead. What have we done? Where do we need to go? And it's a great honor to welcome the Executive Vice President of the EU Commission for a Europe fit for the digital age and Commissioner for Competition, Margrethe Vestager.
Well, thank you very much for this warm welcome. It is truly a delight to be here in Stockholm for this event. What an amazing 2 days that you have ahead of yourself. A really, truly impressive program. I want to thank the Swedish Presidency and, of course, Ebba and her team for setting this up for us. Because we can make all the programs or innovations, agendas that we will, the only thing that brings it to life is people coming together. So thank you, everyone, for taking the time, for traveling here, and for using all the opportunities to talk with one another and to be inspired. And what brings everyone here is the passion for innovation. I just returned from the US-EU Trade and Technology Council. We were generously hosted by the Swedish Presidency in Luleå. And when we meet, there is a joint commitment to innovation. And everyone has something to bring to the table. And we could not have done or have had our meeting in a better place than in northern Sweden, because we started out with a site visit of the site of Hybrid, where the future of fossil-free steelmaking is taking shape. Last year, the European Commission adopted a set of 25 specific actions with the objective of boost innovation and competitiveness in Europe, the new European Innovation Agenda. And it's a comprehensive strategy. As you will know, the aims are obvious. We need to stimulate innovation across all sectors of the economy. We want to create a more supportive environment to unlock the potential of innovation in Europe, stimulate the production or the development of new products, of new services, but also of new business models and new ways of organizing ourselves. Because we live in times of digitization, we live in times of generative AI, and that really offers a potential of reorganizing so many things that we have done in one way that we will do in a different and more productive way in the future. And this structure is there to enable European companies to compete more effectively and, of course, to become leaders in key emerging technologies and markets. You may know that the aim of the European Industrial Strategy is for European industry to be the leaders in the green and the digital transition. That's the point, that kind of leadership, because we're on a mission to enable those twin transitions to happen, because we cannot negotiate with the planet. And we cannot just sit idle while the digital revolution might race by. It is also about us. And the European innovation agenda, this is not something that we thought up in the ivory tower on top of a bâtiment. No, it's a result of an extensive consultative process. It was something we talked about. And it has 5 priorities to support our innovation ecosystem, develop new technology, and of course, to bring them to market. First, improve access to finance for European startups and scale-ups. For that purpose, for example, we need to figure out how to mobilize untapped resources of private capital and how to simplify listing rules. Second, we need to improve the regulatory conditions for innovators so that there can be a more experimental approach to new ideas as by using sandboxes. Third, we need to strengthen and better connect innovation players and help establish 100 regional innovation valleys. And fourth, we need to attract and retain talent in Europe, for example, by increasing the support of female innovators. And 5, of course, improve the policy framework, including clearer terminology, indicators, data sets, all the back office that is needed in order for things to work smoothly. And as in most things, you can have a beautiful piece of paper. Everyone will be happy. But you only know how it works if you implement it. And this is, of course, where we are. Let me give you some examples. We published a legislative proposal for a listing act to simplify requirements for certain types of companies for reducing the cost and increasing the legal certainty. We released a guidance on synergies that helps national authorities reflect on how to combine different sources of funding, Horizon Europe and cohesion funds in particular. And we proposed sort of how to deal with the debt equity bias reduction allowance, the very familiar acronym of DEBRA. She's a kind woman because she will enable you to address the asymmetries when it comes to the tax treatment of debt and equity. And the point is, of course, to enable businesses to take their decisions based on commercial considerations rather on tax treatment. The European Institute for Innovation and Technology launched the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, targeting not less than 1 million deep tech talent in Europe from now till 2025. And we launched the Innovation Talent Platform to help European businesses, and of course always including startups, to attract talent from outside of Europe, offering new opportunities in our labor markets. Because we're stronger when we are also attractive for talents from the outside. And finally, we recently set up a working group on employees' stock options. It is under the EIC Forum, because we want to bring down the barriers that limit uptake of employers' stock options, because these barriers exist, and because of that, we lack the dynamic that comes from stock options. Let me just say a few words about 2 of these initiatives, because it's all, I think, very inspiring. But first, the regional innovation valleys. And of course, the metaphor of a valley is well chosen, because a valley is a place where you have all the nurture. You have the water, you have the sun, you have the richness of the soil. It's a place where things can grow. And the point is to bring together innovative regions with less innovative regions as partners on common challenges. And the point is, of course, to create a new dynamic. Regions may want to address, for example, mastering their cybersecurity, improving their healthcare environment. And also the regions that will maybe be seen as the less innovative ones, of course, have something to bring to the table so that it's a beneficial relationship for both. We have opened the calls. They are open until the 17th of October, and the first results will be announced next spring. And as said, the ambition is to make it to 100. And 100 is a bit sort of the magic number here, because the second thing I will mention is the EIC Scale Up 100. So what is that? Well, it's an action to identify 100 of Europe's future tech champions, engage them, provide them with support for their scale-up journey. And the European Innovation Council, with a budget, as you will know, of over 10 billion euros, can do this. It is kind of a factory of European unicorns, already including 12 of those and 112 Centaur companies. And the EIC Scale Up 100 will prove that Europe is the most attractive location for future global unicorns and their investors. And supporting scale-ups is not just our best chance to produce homegrown tech businesses. It is also critical for our digital and for our energy resilience. Therefore, it is such a pleasure to see that many member states are supporting this agenda. During the last EIC forum, where Innovation Policy Working Group were meeting, some member states and associated countries, well, they shared how they translate our new innovation agenda into action. Sweden have launched their Mobility X-Lab sourcing project to retain and provide innovative startups at a regional level. And there is an inspiration to get from every member state. And in that breath, I would want to mention the Coalition of the Willing. I was told you met this morning, and this is public and private organization that has created a space to propose concrete initiative to co-implement the agenda's flagships. And the goal is to give more visibility to best practices and facilitate collaboration. And I encourage organizations to join the Coalition of the Willing, because this is what will make the innovation agenda grow and grow in full. Dear friends of innovation, the Commission is committed to reinforce our leadership in deep tech innovation. And we can do that by bringing together policies, instruments, and investments. And the Commission is committed to do what we can to offer an attractive business environment for companies of all stages of their growth. And we can do that by bringing together diverse ecosystems of Europe so that they can complement one another. The new European Innovation Agenda will only succeed with the active participation and the active contributions from everyone involved. Governments, researchers, business, civil society organization, and of course the business community and their investors themselves. And it will bring more than the funding and more than researchers, because what we are building is ecosystem, the political framework to be able to turn the startup into a scale-up. We are working in the Commission right now on a sovereignty fund. It's to be launched later this month. And we can only do this because we can draw on inspiration from what has been successful, from what we see that is working in this community. And I will like to thank you for the inspiration that we get. And just as a token of how much we appreciate it, the European Commission yesterday designated Lars Frölund as Special Advisor on Digital and Technological Sovereignty. This is the spirit of collaboration. This is as close as we need to be. This is an amazing event. It is put together by the best and most passionate people. I hope that you will meet this passion by making the most of these 2 days so that we can bring the innovation agenda forward. Thank you very much.
Well, I think the message is very clear from both our opening speakers. We know why we're doing this. We don't know exactly how, but the direction is clear, and team effort is a key part of this. This is not a one-man band show. This is a collective effort. But another foundational aspect for a fertile deep tech ecosystem is a functioning and dynamic intellectual property structure. And now we're going to get a global perspective from the Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization, Director General Darren Tang.
Deputy Prime Minister Bush, Executive Vice President Vestager, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here in Stockholm, especially in May. The last time I was here was in February, which wasn't so nice, but it's great to be here in such beautiful weather. Let me begin by thanking Minister Bush and her hosts and our hosts for prioritizing IP, innovation and entrepreneurship during Sweden's presidency of the Council of the EU. Today is also a milestone day for IP in the EU. After decades of discussions and negotiations, the Unitary Patent and Unified Patent Court are now in force, with the aim of simplifying and streamlining patent law throughout Europe. At WIPO, we are pleased to have a close relationship with many of the key stakeholders who have worked over decades, and the Minister mentioned patience. So patience has been in full display in this effort, over decades to bring this vision into reality. And I warmly congratulate EPO President Antonio Campinos, as well as the President of the UPC Court of Appeal, Judge Klaus Grabinski, and many others who have worked hard to celebrate this momentous occasion. The arrival of the UP and the UPC underscores Europe's commitment to reinforcing what is already one of the strongest and most competitive IP ecosystems in the world. EU innovators are amongst the largest users of WIPO's IP services, responsible for 5 in 10 designs and applications, 4 in 10 trademarks, and 2 in 10 patent filings last year. Indeed, Germany and Finland file more patents per capita than the US, with Sweden matching America's level. European nations also feature prominently in WIPO's Global Innovation Index, which assesses and ranks the innovation ecosystems of over 130 economies around the world. Sweden, for example, has been the global top 3 for many years, and 16 EU economies rank inside the GII top 30. Behind these impressive statistics lie some core strengths of Europe. First, the EU is a global scientific superpower, home to 6% of the world's population, but 20% of the most cited research papers. The EU boasts a strong and forward-looking industrial base, with as many startups per person as the US. And the EU is a powerful incubator of talent, where over 2 million researchers are working across science, industry, and government. And we must not forget that Europe birthed the modern IP ecosystem when countries in the region negotiated the foundational agreements for the globalization of IP 150 years ago. I'm convinced that these strengths will be maintained through programs like the New European Innovation Agenda and the Action Plan on IP. But today, I want to take this opportunity to not just share about developments in Europe, but around the world. And 2 major trends stand out. First, deep tech innovation that increasingly straddles both the digital and physical worlds are driving IP filings. WIPO's data shows that 1 in 3 inventions now relates to digital technology, including AI, big data, and the Internet of Things, with digital-related innovation growing 170% quicker than all other patent categories over the last 5 years. While ChatGPT and generative AI has dominated headlines in past months, AI-related patent activity has actually been growing for the past 10 years. deep learning patterns rose by 175% between 2013 and 2016, with neural network patterns doubling over the same period. Second, the geography of IP is changing. Today, close to 8 in 10 IP filings come from Asia, Africa, and Latin America, up from 5 in 10 years ago. Traditional IP powerhouses like Europe, as measured by volume, are being joined by new ones. India is one example. Until 2006, India filed fewer than 100,000 trademarks applications per year. But now this figure stands close to 500,000, with India the 4th largest trademark filer in the world, just behind the entire European Union. So what do these trends mean for the innovation ecosystem in this part of the world? I want to share some thoughts. First, in a world where the line between hardware and software is blurring, and where digital is permeating into all other areas of technology, the possibilities and opportunities to innovate is becoming more democratic. Great ideas are not just emerging from the biggest companies with the largest R&D budgets, but also from startups, universities, SMEs, and other innovation actors. This means that we now have to build a more inclusive IP ecosystem that can support all players in it, from startups, SMEs, universities, polytechnics, R&D institutes, and of course, big companies, to harness the power of IP to translate an idea into the market. This is in fact happening in Europe, where many of your deep tech leaders have roots in academia. BioNTech began at the Johannes Gutenberg University in Mainz. Celonis is a spin-out from the Technical University of Munich, and here in Sweden, Silex Microsystems grew out of the KTH Royal Institute of Technology. But given the depth of Europe's research expertise and the strength of your universities, this list can grow longer, and I see that the Commissioner is working very hard with the EIC and other institutions to make this happen. Alongside this, stronger attention should be paid to helping startups and SMEs in Europe use IP as part of their business growth. A study led by the EPO and the EU IPO 2 years ago showed that European SMEs that use IP as part of their growth had 68% more revenue per employee than those that did not. And yet, only 9% of European SMEs use IP as part of their business strategy. I know that the European Innovation Council is taking action, providing many support, different types of support, and providing 100 million euros for the commercialization of groundbreaking ideas. But just as important is the EIC's mentorship and connections in leveraging private investment. But to do this well, as the Commissioner has said, and the Minister has said as well, an ecosystem approach is needed, going beyond the passing of the right IP laws and regulations to the bringing together of all the relevant stakeholders, from government agencies, business associations, financiers, industry, business owners, IP professionals and consultants, and civil society, to create an environment where great ideas can become a reality. Second, IP must not just be seen as a legal right, but as a business and financial asset. IP protection and registration must now be seen as the starting point, and just as a starting point for IP to journey to the market. So the time is right for all of us to start looking at IP commercialization, IP translation, and even things like IP valuation, financing, and collateralization. In a world economy and a European economy increasingly driven by innovation, tech, entrepreneurship, asset creation is shifting from tangible assets to intangible assets like IP, data, know-how, brands, expertise, and etc. However, many entrepreneurs and enterprises still struggle to use IP to access the financing that they need to grow, whether in the form of debt or equity. IP is still not reflected in accounting books as assets but as liabilities or expenses, which does not seem to accord with the fact that IP is now a critical business asset for many innovative enterprises. This gap is why WIPO launched our first high-level conversation on unlocking IP financing last November, bringing together key players across the finance, IP, and public sector to discuss this important issue. And to build on this, we have embarked on a series of country reports, including showcasing the experiences of Austria, Luxembourg, and the Visegrad Group of Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. These reports, along with other reports from around the world, will create a robust evidence base on what countries are doing in this area, and we invite more European partners to share their experiences with us. More broadly, it is notable that Europe does not yet collect statistics on the volume of IP financing nationally or at the EU level. This is in contrast to countries like South Korea, where the government has driven the use of data to understand IP financing, and where the level of IP-backed financing has crossed 2 trillion won, or 1.4 billion euros. So we hope to bring Europe along this journey and to the conversation and to work with us in this growing area of importance. Third, IP must become a force for good around the world, helping us to overcome our common global challenges like climate change. Just earlier this week, I was in Portugal, in Lisbon, to launch WIPO's first IP and SDG conference, attended by over 400 people from 80 countries, many from the European region, including UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed. Our message was simple. To achieve the SDGs, innovation, IP, and technology are needed, and WIPO will step up work with the global IP community to harness the power of innovation and creativity for the good of humankind. Europe can and should be a strong partner for WIPO and the world in this endeavor, given your leadership in developing and deploying clean and green tech, health, and many, many other areas. But to overcome common challenges around climate, energy, and health, we don't just need new technologies and ideas. We need to draw on the innovative potential of society as a whole. Yet, we are still grappling with a damaging IP gender gap, with women accounting for just 16% of international patent applications. And here, somewhat surprisingly, Europe's performance lacks the global average. In Europe, women's patenting participation stands at 14%, compared to 15% in North America, 17% in Asia, and 21% in Latin America. So closing this gap must be a priority for everyone connected to science, technology, and innovation. At WIPO, we just published last month our first IP Gap, or IP Gender Action Plan. We welcome further initiatives with our European partners, nationally and regionally, to move the dial and strengthen women's participation across IP and innovation ecosystems. And this is why I'm also very encouraged to hear that today is the launch of the 2023 EIC Prize for Women Inventors. The prize aims to send a powerful message through Europe to celebrate, highlight, and raise awareness of the important contributions that women innovators are making, as well as spotlight role models for future generations. There's an example of European leadership in this important area, and I'm honored to be here to recognize and celebrate the amazing achievements of these women. So ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, today is rightly a day of celebration of the achievements and contributions of Europe to the global IP ecosystem. But there is much work ahead of us to build a more inclusive, forward-looking and vibrant IP ecosystem, where IP is not just for experts and specialists, but a powerful catalyst for jobs, growth, as well as a tool for overcoming our global challenges. I strongly believe that Europe, which has played such a crucial role in the development of IP for hundreds of years, will continue to be a key partner for WIPO, and I look forward to working closely with all of you to make IP a force for good in the world. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you for highlighting some of the specifics around the IP opportunities that we have in Europe. And I think you also highlighted some of the gaps that we need to address, especially on the gender side. 14% and Europe is lagging behind. There's room for improvement, as they say. Which bridges perfectly to the next part of the agenda. And I'd like to welcome back Executive Vice President of the Commission to talk to us about the EIT and the EIC's new Women Leadership Award.
Not just fold it in the first speech. Now she's back. That woman with a vengeance. But
We asked for it. We wanted you back.
I know. And it's appreciated on my side. But what is even more appreciated is if we do more to have more women in innovation, more women in science, more women in leadership. And if you think about something that is very close to you, something that you hold dear, something that you would hate to lose, your phone, then of course you realize that women has been absolutely crucial for you to be so close to this one. Because the Wi-Fi on your device, the caller ID on your device, to a very large degree, women developed that. And if you find that the energy crisis has been hard on you, then appreciate that central heating actually also is developed by a woman. So there is no lack of women among the top researchers, the top innovators of the world that has produced the societies that we appreciate today. But the unfortunate thing is that very often a shadow was cast over them as history was written by men. And that, of course, is very unfortunate. And we are in a better place today. Of course, things are better, things move forward. Science is not anymore a men's only world. That being said, still some way to go. There is much more to achieve. And just look at the numbers. We just heard it when it comes to the filings of patents. We're not there. And it is also striking that 3 out of 4 startups in Europe is started by men. And if you only even wanted to make the comparison, because you have a lot of male-only teams to start a company, only 8% of startups were started by female-only teams. So why is this important? Well, for 2 reasons. One is simple justice. It's only fair that everyone has a fair chance of using their talent. And second, because we need that talent. The most pressing challenges that we are faced with, the urgency of the climate crisis, digitization, public health. We need innovation so much. And here, of course, we cannot show ourselves in full without tapping into the full potential of everyone in Europe. And in saying so, that of course goes for men as well, but oh my God, it also goes for women. And there is a need for more diversity, for more women everywhere. And if in doubt, look at the research. Shows that it works. I'm in the first College of Commissioner where we have gender balance. And I tell you, it changes the atmosphere in the room. It is so much better. All of that doesn't come from nothing. Oh, just as a side remark, some who says, no, it's annoying, why my generation? Well, just be happy that we will settle for equality. Because if it was to be just, we need to, I think, 70–80% for the next 100 years. So I think 50–50 is a fair deal. But that being said, just to get to the fair deal, it doesn't come from nothing. It takes action. It takes commitment. It takes visibility. First, to strengthen our political commitment. And we are committed. Because the thing is that many girls are interested in science. Many girls are doing very well in their science subjects. But very few women get to study those subjects. Even fewer women make it their job. And even fewer women make it to the leadership in those sectors. So we need to do more, and to do more structurally. We need to get everyone on board on this mission, men as well as women. So with our funding instrument Horizon Europe and Creative Europe, we assert our commitment to gender equality as both a strategic priority and as a core value of the European Union. In practice, every project that applies to receive funding from Horizon Europe must have a gender equality plan. And we also increase support to women innovators in the new European Innovation Agenda to attract and retain talent. And then second, to reinforce our actions, to get it done. And we have quite a number of initiatives. I will only mention Girls Go Circular, where we equip more than 40,000 schoolgirls aged 14 to 19 across Europe with digital and entrepreneurial skills. And the Supernova's Women to Invest program supported 66 young women from 25 countries setting careers in the venture investment sector. And that call closed just yesterday, because it's also on the investment side. We need more women present. And third, we need visibility. And this is when I get to the award. Because obviously, if you want visibility, you also need to show what you're doing. And I'm delighted to be with you today and to announce that from now on, the European Prize for Women Innovators will be organized jointly by the European Innovation Council and the European Institute for Innovation and Technology. And by combining the two prizes into one, the new European Prize for Women Innovators will attract a much wider community, celebrate both established and rising innovators. And I invite all women who work on groundbreaking innovation to apply when the calls open on the 15th of June. The future of Europe's scientific research, well, it is literally in your hands. And it's your chance to make it one step further. So don't miss it. And if you want to push someone, please do, so that they are aware that this is an amazing opportunity. We are very excited to see the applications, to read about your innovations and how they can contribute to a better future for us all. Winners will be awarded at the EIC Summit by March next year. Women entrepreneurs, women innovators, they're a source of inspiration. And because of that, they pave the way for the next generation, where we should have not only different numbers when it comes to the startups or the patents, but we should also have a better future because all of Europe's talent will be in play. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, you are an inspiration and a rock star, and I'm going to take the cringeworthy opportunity to ask you to stay on stage with the previous prize winner and take a picture so we can visualize this.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Yes. So please welcome up on stage the winner of last year's prize, Catherine Schreiber. And here's the photographer.
Wait, oh, sorry.
Never waste an opportunity for a good picture. Social media. Yeah, we're making it very awkward with the silence. Give them another hand of applause.
Thank you very much.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Welcome, Catherine. Please come and join me here.
Yeah.
You won the prize last year. You are the co-founder of a medtech company, Advitos.
A deep tech medtech company, actually.
Of course, otherwise you wouldn't be here.
Yes.
Please share with us. I'm sounding like a sports journalist. How did it feel? But honestly, how does this type of prize elevate you, the team? How does it improve business and morale?
Well, first of all, to be honest, I wouldn't have applied. I didn't consider myself to be worth, actually.
Commissioner, we have a problem here.
Yeah.
People don't apply.
I was nominated by EIT Digital because they supported us in our fundraising round of 20 million euros. And that's when I applied, or actually I agreed to be nominated. And to then actually finally win, I think that was part of course, the whole acknowledgement of the team. We have now a fully certified medtech company of 75 employees, and without the team and without the investors who have patient money funding for deep tech, we wouldn't have made it so far. We have a multi-organ support device that for patients on the intensive care unit that reduces patient mortality by 30%. And so it was a huge recognition also for the team, but I think it was also recognition for me because in addition to the company, I also launched a mental strength program for founders, because this is one part accelerators currently do not focus. Now more and more they do. But to really also consider, I've been doing this for 17 years now, and after 7-8 years, you really feel the entrepreneurial journey. Also, you have to really learn how to deal with the stress and the really often overstraining situations. That's why I also launched that program, and I think that was the part why I finally was awarded.
Out of winning, and we've understood why, and we've seen the statistics, and we know that we're behind in terms of female entrepreneurship, but also on the investor side, it's an ecosystem. I'd like to channel the cynics in the room that are thinking potentially a prize like this cements victimhood and actually doesn't help women. How do you address that?
As before stated, I would just say statistics. We have 50% of the population are women, so I think also gender equality. I really I like that. I'm for gender equality, so we should aim for 50% in entrepreneurship, and also that's why I also like the EIT Supernova program, 50% in women in VC. Because there is a subtle bias. You invest.
Subtle.
There's
an
even if
unsubtle
you try
bias.
not to be biased, you invest in what you feel comfortable, what you know. And so I'm glad that the EU is also is addressing not only entrepreneurship but also investment side.
Congratulations to winning. Thank you for coming and sharing and also highlighting, I think, one of the key issues here, that women will not nominate themselves. That means I put responsibility on everyone in the audience, either to nominate yourself or to nudge someone to nominate themselves for the prize. The call opens on the 15th of June.
Totally agree.
Thank you so much for
Thank you
joining
very
us.
much.
Thank you. And now it's time to move into the specifics, the why, the what, the how of deep tech innovation. And we're going to hear from an esteemed group who've thought and worked extensively at this. Three speakers will come up one by one, sharing their angles of the ecosystem opportunity, and then we'll have a short panel discussion. And I'd like to start with the why. Why deep tech is essential for industry competitiveness, and give us a feel for what technologies are we talking about here. So I'd like to welcome up on stage Senior Partner at McKinsey, Thomas Nauclair.
So on the why, I'm a senior partner in McKinsey in Europe, and of course the competitiveness of Europe is absolutely critical for what we do and what we care about. And the why is very, very simple. It's all about economic growth. If you look at the gap that Minister Bush talked about before, Europe is behind on R&D, big time. Let's talk about the numbers. 4% of GDP in R&D versus 7% in the US. 60% of that is deep tech R&D. That's a massive gap. It just directly translates into growth. Because growth in the economy is actually the new sectors that are being built and that grow, creates jobs and create revenues and creates wealth, which translates into return on capital, which in turn creates the opportunity to put more money at work into R&D, and it's a virtuous circle. This is not, let's just stay on it, it's not a small gap. It's massive, and we need to raise the ambition. We then go and think about what are the technology areas, and we've done a big piece of research on European competitiveness and said, what are the 10 next technologies that are coming and where we can win as Europe? And we've rated it based on how much money are we putting into innovation, manufacturing, deployment. There are two areas where we are still ahead. And I use the word still because as somebody said before, we have a tradition of starting the research but not taking it to market. 2, clean tech, we are in many areas still ahead. And material science, we are ahead. There are 4 areas where US or one other part of the world, this is now relative to the best region in the world, where we are 50% there, 60% there, 70% there, which includes automation that we invented, connectivity where we were very early with Ericsson, Nokia, etc., bio where we've been leading, and of course the ambition must be to maintain leadership in the top 2, get the next 4 up to a leading position, and try to even get the others there. And this is just pure facts on amount of money going into the innovation, manufacturing, and deployment stage. If you just take then and flip the coin and say, is this a big opportunity and what are we talking about? And we start with a green development and the green tech transition on top here. The numbers are staggering. For the world to get to net zero in 2050, we need to deploy 7.5% of global GDP into green capex. That's new markets worth 7.5% of global GDP. It's massive. And if we look at those and we drill down, where are we? Clearly, let's start at the bottom. We invented solar PV, we invented offshore wind, but we didn't take it into being the global leaders on innovation on it. China is ahead on both of those two. There are now a number of other areas where we are still either the leader or on par. How do we make sure to win here and create the economic wealth and the global winners? McKinsey has stated the net zero transition will require us to build 300 decacorns, 300 companies of 10 billion market cap or larger by 2030. That's 6 years out. 300. Will Europe build half of those, which should be our fair share based on that chart? 150. That is the opportunity that is there if we want to be ambitious. And of course, this is not only about building the specific technology players, it's critical for the competitiveness of our historical core. If you take a car, the car industry used to be an assembly of mechanical components. It's now being horizontalized. Basically, the value is creating in the software layer of NVIDIA, or in the connectivity layer, or in the battery players that are providing all the batteries to the car companies, or, which are the things to the left here. And they are all fueled by different deep tech players and startups working with the battery players or with the connectivity players to make them successful. The innovation on deep tech translates into leading sub-suppliers that translates into making European car companies competitive. If we succeed with that and winning in all those, and it's many deep tech areas, as you can see, our European car industry will be competitive. If not, it will not be competitive. Simple. And then if we take a new technology area and look at hydrogen, the same thing, it's across the value chain that there will be deep tech required. It's very many different things. It can be green materials. It's at the core of electrolyzers and fuel cells. So how do you win, and how does Europe win on the deep tech on next-gen materials? AI is going to be critical for how do you accelerate the R&D process of developing these technologies. Automation, it's all about how does the cost come down and how can I automate a battery factory, or in this case, an electrolyzer factory, and get the cost down. And it will be organic materials for some of these to make them winners. And again, end-to-end collaboration between startups, incumbents that are going to deploy it, but also the future manufacturing companies. And if you sum it up, McKinsey normally doesn't say this. This is very atypical, but I think, and we believe, this is all about, first of all, ambition. We as Europeans have not been ambitious enough. Clearly not as industrial leaders, not as startup leaders. I'll tell you a story. I had a colleague of mine who stopped working with me in 1997 in Seattle. He joined a startup company in Silicon Valley. And I called him one day as a CEO. I called him in 2001 and congratulated him on beating the 10 billion market cap mark. And he said, "What did you say? What do you mean?" I said, "You just got over 10 billion in market cap. You're a CEO of a very large company." No. Google is actually growing faster than I am. So is Apple. I'm not beating anybody. I want to be the biggest, the best. We need to raise our ambition. Otherwise, others will be much more ambitious and win in this journey. So number one for Europe is, for corporations, for our startups, is to be much, much more ambitious. Number two is, we need to be more competitive, but more ambitious on financing. Same thing. Where are the mega funds? Where is the public collaboration? And lastly, I think the last point here is our strength. We've always been great at collaboration across the value chain. We need to continue that and build on that. So I think I didn't run over time. With that, I'd like to pause, and I will just repeat the last point, which is ambition is going to be at the core of whether Europe regains competitiveness and drives growth in the future. Thank you.
Well, you heard him, we're not ambitious enough. Now we're going to talk about what to do and what deep tech companies need in order to grow. Our next speaker has created a forum, a context for many of these deep tech companies to showcase themselves and meet each other. The Hello Tomorrow conference is worth a visit, and the chairman of the advisory board, Massimo Portincasso, is here to tell us what they need.
By the way, I didn't create it, I'm supporting it. Arnaud is in the audience, created it. Hello tomorrow. But when we talk about deep tech and entrepreneurship, I think it's really important to understand what deep tech does, because it's become a buzzword. And to understand this, I think it's important to look a bit at the historical context, because ultimately deep tech represents a new wave of innovation. And if we go back, and this is really important to keep in mind now, because I'll get back to it a couple of times. The first wave of real innovation in the industrial society and modern society, as we know, it started with the first and the second industrial revolution, which was all about atoms. And many of the foundational pieces of our industrial society were set there. The Haber-Bosch process is still used today to produce nitrogen. The Bessemer process to produce steel was set up there. All of the petrochemical part was set up there. This is really what fueled our societies. On top of that, we had the second wave after Second World War, which literally got us to the moon and got us the computer. So we started transitioning toward a digital wave. And then the third wave laid the foundation for the digital part. And if you see, it was always an addition. There is a big difference now with this wave, which is happening now, which is about atoms and bits. So we're bringing the two pieces together, and this brings a completely different way of looking at innovation, because ultimately we're closing the loop, we're going back to this industrial part, and we can manipulate the atoms using the bits. And this has very important consequences. This is really at the core of what deep tech is. So ultimately, deep tech is an approach toward innovation. Technologies have always been emerging or disrupting, so there is not such a thing as a deep technology. Technology will always be emerging, new, or whatever. But what comes and what happens with deep tech is what can we do in terms of innovation. And what is really important is that deep tech basically transforms what is and used to be incremental innovation, 10% improvement, into a fundamental innovation as a default option. And how does it do that? It does it in which dramatically expands the option space. This is really, really important, because we can find solutions that were not thinkable before. And how can we expand this option space a tenfold? We can do it thanks to two very important convergences. The first one is the convergence of approaches. We are bringing together in the same company scientists with engineers, with designers, trying to solve a problem. And this allows to look at things in a different way that can really bring up solutions that the scientists would have never come up with, the engineer would have never come up with, but if we have them in the same place, we can really come up with new ways of looking at things. But even more important in terms of convergence is the convergence of technologies. And this is really important where it goes back to the bits and the atoms, because we have unprecedented capabilities to manipulate matter and energy on the one side. But on the other side, we are developing incredible cognitive and computational capabilities. Think about AI and ChatGPT, all the generative AI that we have. And we are connecting these two worlds of matter and energy with cognition and computation through always more refined sensing and actuation capabilities. And if you bring these, the melting of those four domains into one is really giving birth to a cambrium of innovation that is really generating and filling this much bigger option space. But this is not enough. What is also really important is that with deep tech, and this is a very underplayed and undervalued part, because you have this massive option space and you can lose yourself into rabbit holes looking at technology that are not going to lead you anywhere. So it's really shifting from technology push to problem orientation. And really, we have a problem to solve. We have many problems to solve when it comes to the environment, and we need to use this guide to navigate this option space and go and try to find a solution. But then this is not enough, because not only we have this bigger option space, we can now get to the solution much, much faster. And how can we do that? We can do that in which we can apply the design, build, test, learn cycle, and on the design side, apply generative AI, a wealth of new solutions. We can quickly test and build and test using things like additive manufacturing, and then learn, generate new data that are going to feed back the generative AI and iterate quickly so that we can get it. So in essence, what deep tech does is dramatically expanding the option space, making fundamental innovation the default by compressing the time to get there. It's a good combination and can lead to incredible things. But there is one thing which I think is particularly important that has gone a little bit under. And I would love you to, if there is one thing to take away this one, which is the current point in time in which we are today is comparable to the one when human civilization went from being hunter-gatherer to become farmer. And the current point in time is similar to that because we are in the position to going from being hunter-gatherers of resources to becoming farmer at the atomic level. This is a major, major shift. And you can see it in the way our industrial tissue has been built in the first and the second industrial revolution. That world has been built on an exploitative paradigm. And when I mean exploitative, it's not a negative connotation, but it's simply the fact, really looking at the technology. We use technology that used to go from bigger to smaller. Bigger, longer polymer chains to reduce them. We were tearing things apart to produce energy to fuel. It was all based on an extractive principle, which is based on a mindset naturally scarce because you go from bigger to smaller. So the bigger, at a certain point in time, is going to finish. Now, by this shift to becoming farmer at the atomic and the molecular level, we can shift to a generative paradigm. We can go from photons to electrons. We can go from small molecule to bigger molecules, assembling them using organisms. It's a completely different world. And for once, while with the second and the third wave, we missed it because we missed the digital wave, as we've heard before. This time we have a great opportunity because Europe, as the industrial background, as the industrial tissue upon which the first revolution was built, we just need to do it. And this is an advantage, but it's also a disadvantage because we need to redo it. It's not only that we need to put it on top, we need to redo it. And this poses some challenges. But those challenges are nothing compared to if you go out and talk to all the entrepreneurs out there trying to do deep tech entrepreneurship, everybody will talk about getting funding is difficult, the capital stack doesn't work, and there are a lot of people that are talking about it. You will hear more about it, so I will not go into that, but I can only state there is a huge gap with the US there, and we need to fix that. But this is not enough, because even if we fix that, this is not the magic solution that is going to bring us deep tech and a future that we want to have. We really need to understand that when it comes to deep tech and when it comes to this deep tech transition, it can only work if we bring together the ecosystem and we have a systemic approach toward it. And this means that we really need to work in an indirect manner. When you operate in such a complex ecosystem, you cannot just dictate and say, become more deep tech. It's not going to work like this. We need to put in place the incentives for all of these actors to work toward the ultimate goal that we want to achieve. And this is really important. And I can show you with what is the biggest challenge of all for all the deep tech entrepreneurs that are out there. Because the scaling up challenge is a common challenge for startups. But when it comes to deep tech startups, it's a much, much bigger and fundamental challenge. Why? Because we are replacing something which is existing. So we cannot add on top and linearly grow or exponentially grow. There is a huge gap function in there because you are for a long while a deep tech company, and then you need to jump into industrial. What does it mean? I have developed a new bioplastic. I'm super proud. As a startup, I can produce 100 kilograms. Great. I go to my company to which I want to sell to. The problem is they need thousands of tons. They cannot start anything with kilogram. And how do we bridge this gap is so important because it requires different measures that are not in the playbook of the capital stack today and require a different level of collaboration. And this is really, really, really important and completely different from what you've been seeing there. So we really need to get our act together to fix this, because if you don't fix this, we will not be able to redo the industrial and economical tissue of Europe, which has the potential to do it. So how can we do it? we need to use indirect levers. And these are only some examples. And this is, I'm not saying this is the recipe, but just to give you an idea how this can be done concretely. So if you look at the problem of the scaling up, first thing, look at the investor and the LP, incentivize them to do it. Look at family offices. Not because of the capital, but because this is smart money. A lot of those families have made money with industrial companies. They know what this is about to grow this. We should get them, incentivize them to be part of this. Look at pension funds. I mean, 3 trillion of asset under management by the European pension funds. And who should be more interested in long-term success, if not the pension funds? But the reality is, if you look at Germany, for instance, in Germany, 15% of the capital in VC invested is from US pension fund, and from European is 1%. 1% of all the capital stock for VC in Europe is from a pension fund. How come? Why? Which incentive do we need to in place to shift this, which is really necessary? And look at corporation as LP. There is a lot of CVC out there. It's good. Very good, but investing out of the balance sheet is not doing venture capital. So why don't corporate become, how can we incentivize corporate to become LPs in funds so that they can somebody to really drive the innovation that needs to come there? And also, very important, going down to corporate are so important in this. When I was talking to some of the investors and we say, talking about the problem of deep tech in Europe, everybody's talking about funds. I say, Massimo, you know what? The biggest problem for deep tech in Europe are corporate. Are corporate because, and there are many reasons for that, and he's right. One, the exit market doesn't exist. IPO now in this environment is bad, but this is really what can really drive your exit market and really drive this. Very important, collaboration among corporate. How can we do incentivize this? Because very often, everybody wants to have the exclusivity, nobody gets to the number, the scale is not there, the product cannot fly. Getting them together can really accelerate this. Getting purchase agreement in place, and very important and under-discussed is all the point about infrastructure. How can we activate the infrastructure? There is a gap between you fund the first plant and you get really the unit economics right when project financing comes in. How can we bridge that gap and bring that infrastructure money in between, take out the risk so that we can accelerate these and then get to the scale and get the numbers right? So those are only a few ideas on how you need to act indirectly to stimulate these. And you might think, this is huge, it's never going to happen. And the truth is, it's already happening now. And this is a possible future that we have ahead of us. This is Northvolt, which is one of the best examples that we have in Europe of one of these possible decacorn there. They're already a unicorn, multi-unicorn. And they took a dismissed paper mill in northern Sweden, and they're converting this into a 100 gigawatt cathode production site, giving work to 1,000 people in this area and producing the platform. And how did it happen? They had family offices on board. There are corporates that are working together doing this. You have Volkswagen, you have Volvo, you have BMW working there, and you had also a lot of infrastructure money coming to that. It is possible, but we need to get our act together to be able to let the entrepreneurs that are driving this do what they want to do and change the economic and industrial issue of Europe. That's it.
Thank you for that. And building on the need for us to increase our ambition level, we've now heard the structural challenges that we face. Even though each entrepreneur's actual deep tech journey has no map or no manual, infrastructurally, we know what we need to do, both in terms of the financing, incentives, structure, etc. And for our last speaker of this session, we will hear from one of the absolute cornerstones in the European ecosystem, the Chief Executive of the European Investment Fund. I'd like to welcome up Marit Falkstedt. Thank you.
Now, I could be rather short because my previous speakers already highlighted that what we need is functioning financial markets, we need ambition, we need trust, we need the opening up of universities, and we need money. I will talk a bit about money. But before I go there, I would like to show you a slightly different angle on innovation. I would like to show you a video. And this is a company, it's a story from rural Ireland. It's a story of how artificial intelligence and machine learning technology facilitate animal well-being and food production. And this video, which I will show, it demonstrates also how access to finance can facilitate and make a difference in bringing the ideas and new technologies to life. Shall I push a button somewhere? Does it come automatically? It does come automatically. Thank you so much. Please have a look.
There are a number of challenges around the globe, but I think that one that doesn't get enough attention are the challenges that face the ag sector. There's increasing pressure to produce more and more food, but there aren't a lot of solutions that support food production while decreasing its impact. We're Micron Agritech, and we began by looking at the issue of resistance to medication. And we found that parasites are the #1 most common health issue in grazing animals, and they are one of the things that gets medicated for the most. Instead of testing, they just treat them with blanketed doses of medication, and it's ineffective most of the time. Micron Kit allows farmers and vets to test animals on the spot for parasites using their mobile phone. A farmer or vet simply collects a sample, prepares it through a few simple steps, and then it's analyzed automatically using their app. Those samples are then analyzed through machine learning, and they get results within minutes, which means that they can make real-time decisions on whether an animal needs to be medicated or not, allowing them to save money on medication, increase yield and performance, and reduce resistance on farm.
We know now what parasites are involved, and we know which product to use on them, and we know when we need to use it. So we're using them as much as we need, but as little as possible.
We're an incredibly young team. We're 12 people in total. The 4 founders started the project while we were in college. We graduated from college and went straight into working for Micron. We didn't have any funding, we didn't have anything, but we decided to go ahead and work full-time in the company. The EU support has gotten us from a concept, an idea on a piece of paper, to a working product that we are now ready to commercialize. What we're seeing is this real need from the farmer and vet side to have a solution to a problem that they're really feeling. And when we tell them that they can take control and ownership of their animal's health again, I think it really empowers them. All of us want to make a real difference in the world. That's, I think, what drives everyone within the team to come into the office every day by creating a solution that benefits everyone.
So, when we look at the European Union map, it is dotted with all types of technology clusters. When we look at the number of scientists and researchers in Europe, it's much larger than the combined number of researchers and scientists in the US or Canada together. But why is there such a low number of startups being created? The good news for the deep tech ecosystem is that it has finally started gaining more attraction, not only from the public sector, but also from the private sector investors. We have seen an upward trend in the fundraising activity in deep techs in Europe. For example, in 2021, around 21 billion euros were raised. In 2022, we concluded slightly lower, but it was still a good year for deep tech and venture capital funds. In fact, the so-called limited partners, like us in the EIF, we invest into venture capital funds. We consider deep tech as the second most promising investment segment. But how can we ensure that deep tech companies can grow and stay in Europe? We all know that despite of these nice figures, 21 billion fundraising, there's still a persistent funding gap, which puts our companies at risk not to be able to grow or the need to leave European Union. The reasons are multifaceted. My previous speakers already alluded to that. And lack of funding problems can range from budgets to researchers and universities, to equity capital support, to transition the technology, to market and commercialization for the scaling up of the company. In this context, I would like to show you a slide. This is a slide from the 2023 European Deep Tech report, if we begin exactly this one. This slide demonstrates well some of the funding issues and the issues which the deep tech companies are facing. What I have explained in terms of funding gap between early stage dedicated deep tech investors and generalist and growth funds relates to the text on the right-hand side of the slide. From an investor perspective, the most relevant obstacles to invest are considered to be the following. Deep tech technologies require much longer development cycles, and it can be very capital expensive. This involves high technological risks, and the problem is for us investors that there are not comparable products in the market so that we could put a value on the technology. I mean, we cannot put a price tag. Investors want to have a price, and they want to see a value. Now, all this goes hand in hand with the lack of technical expertise by the management teams of venture capital funds to analyze and assess the potential of these emerging technologies. In Europe, our further problem is that the current ecosystem in venture capital is not deep enough. What do I mean with this? I mean that we don't have large enough funds which could make it able for the scaling up companies to grow. To illustrate this, let me give you some statistics. Currently, 97% of the European venture capital funds have a fund size below 300 million euros. This means that the investment capacity of those funds, the individual investment that can be done into the company to help them to break out, is not enough, because for that type of investment, already 100 million would be needed. This means, my previous speakers also alluded to that, we need many, many more really sizable venture capital funds for the growth and scaling up phase in the European Union. We need many more of those in order to make the trick happen. The good news is that we have solutions. It was only February this year that 5 member states, together with the European Investment Bank Group, established a new initiative called European Tech Champions Initiative, ETCI, or we call it also ETSI. So ETSI is an initiative which gathers 3.75 billion euros, with which we can invest to approximately 10 to 15 venture capital funds, scale-up funds, which have to have a minimum size of 1 billion euros in European Union, targeting technology companies, targeting exactly you, the deep tech ecosystem. With this kind of first of its kind initiative, we will be able to start addressing this funding gap and European technology startups to help them in their growth and scaling up phase. This famous funding gap shown in this slide. So this is the good news, we have a solution. It is really a major step to build a more robust European Union venture capital ecosystem. And there are more things to be offered. My colleagues from the EIB will tomorrow tell you what can we, for example, offer in terms of venture debt. But that you will listen, you can hear tomorrow. Now, money matters, of course, but much more is needed. It's not all about money. Securing the presence and growth of deep tech companies requires also a combination of policy actions and enabling measures. And as regards enabling measures, let me give you a new one. First, public sector and government agencies should lead by example. What do I mean with this? I mean that please implement procurement policies which prioritize deep tech solutions. This is a good way to start. In addition, we need to raise awareness on risk and return profiles of these investments into the deep tech companies and mobilize more private sector financing. Private sector financing can be mobilized if there is enough information on the performance that can be expected. And last but not least, diversity and inclusion is key. The Commissioner alluded to many statistics earlier, but let me give you a couple of more. Only 5% of venture capital in the European Union is invested in mixed gender management teams. And guess how much is invested into female-only venture capital teams? It's 2%. 2% of the overall venture capital. Whereby evidence shows that mixed teams have much better economic performance and are more sustainable in the longer term. Now, to conclude, the potential of deep tech is enormous. But as many of us have stated, we need enabling measures, we need the money, we need to facilitate the creation of tech startups, and we need, indeed, many more money, much more money, many more venture capital funds in seed, in early stage, and growing companies and scaling up, together with the ambition that my predecessor alluded to. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
I was hoping to have a panel discussion with our three speakers. I have a gazillion questions, but I will delegate it to you guys because our panelists will join us for coffee. Now that we know the what, the why, the how, we also need the coffee. We are late. It is now for 14:40, 15 minutes break, so 5:02. We will start again, and I will hand over to the eminent Jennifer Schenker for the next part of the plenary session. Time for coffee.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Shanker, founder and editor-in-chief of The Innovator, and I'm your moderator for the afternoon. I have a couple of announcements to make, logistical things. First off, the organizers of the conference will help you set up one-on-one meetings, and so if you're interested in doing that, you can go to the table at the back of this room on the left-hand side, and they will aid you with that. Secondly, the dinner at the City Hall this evening, the buses will leave at 6 o'clock sharp, so please don't be late. Now, without further ado, I want to start our afternoon program by introducing our keynote speaker, Jose Maria Ciota from IESE Business School in Spain. He is also an expert for the World Economic Forum, and he is going to help set the scene for our discussion this afternoon. So I'd like to welcome Jose Maria to the stage.
Two, three, four. Can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming punctually to the next session. I will do my best in 15 minutes to synthesize 10 years of research. Be ready for a roller coaster of trends, opportunities, and a lot of data. On what? On this topic, which I love, corporate venturing in deep tech for Europe. Let's start with an example. Who in the room has a pair of Adidas? Please raise your hand. Okay. So as you know, Adidas, this company in Germany, around 2016, was looking for a challenge, to tackle a challenge. How to tailor for each of you one shoe. And they were scouting startups across the globe. They found in the States Joe. Joe, the person that I have in my back, is the co-founder of Carbon, a deep tech startup mixing 3D printing and artificial intelligence, and he's a professor of chemistry now in Stanford. So in 2016, they joined forces, a corporation and a startup, and a deep tech startup, to create a new product that now is in the market called FutureCraft 4D. And this is just one of the examples of what we are going to discuss today. On the one hand, corporate venturing, any collaboration between an established company and an innovative startup, and deep tech that we will see in a second. Two myths that I want to destroy right now. Corporate venturing is not just corporate venture capital. There are plenty of mechanisms. Moreover, corporate venture capital is a bit of the past. That has been in the market since 1914 with the bonds and General Motors. We'll hear about corporate incubators and accelerators. But there are plenty of new mechanisms, venture builders, when you ask to a third party to create a startup for you. There is the venture client, what BMW also in Germany is doing. When the corporation is the first the first client of the startup. And this phenomenon is growing at a speed, so be ready. If you check just one of the mechanisms, the corporate venture capital, we see that the number of investments and the volume has increased between 2 to 4 times since 2016 and continue to grow. But if we ask yourself, why? Why this is happening? Corporations in the room, and I checked the list yesterday night, so I know who you are and where you are, so be ready. Do you feel part of the left side? Slow processes, some bureaucracy, aversion to risk. Now, startups in the room, also there are a few. Lack of resources, looking for testing their products. The interesting part of this phenomena is that the weaknesses of some are the strengths of the others. And there is a huge opportunity here. And I want to synthesize this into 3 data points. Number 1, when we were doing with our colleagues here at the Joint Research Center, jointly with IESE Business School, some research on the so-called European Valley of Death, we found the following. 21% of the best research centers are in Europe. Max Planck, Fraunhofer, Oxford Innovation, CSIC, and many others that are here in the room. Now, when we were looking into the data of the European Patent Office, where there are more than 3 million patents, 95% of those were dormant, inactive, underused. And now, the tough data point. The remaining 5% impacts in the 40% of the GDP of Europe. 40. Do you imagine to activate just an additional 5%, the huge impact that we can generate in Europe? Now, let's try to understand why it's happening this. Imagine that you are an investor, and I have mapped already around 80 in the room. You have two options. Option one, you have an entrepreneur, tech entrepreneur, non-deep tech, who says, you know, I'm going to do this business model, easy to understand. I'm going to give you returns in 6 to 7 years, and the complexity is not that high. On the other hand, option number B, you have a deep tech startup who says, you know, I'm very smart, I have 1 or 2 PhDs, I'm going to do this very complex technology that maybe you don't understand. I'm going to give you returns, not in 7, but in 15 years. The cost and the risk is very high. What do you prefer? And this is one of the reasons why we have this European Valley of Death that we're going to see in a moment with data. That is the lack of funding for proof of concept for deep tech entrepreneurs. And some of these entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs, go abroad to search for that funding. Our colleagues from the European Investment Bank published this data point that I'm going to explain in 2 layers. Layer number 1. Let's go step by step because I know we are in the afternoon. You have received a lot of keynotes already. So step by step. X-axis, horizontal, you have the maturity stage of the company. Y-axis, vertical, you have the ticket size required. Now, in the red line, you have the availability of funding in Europe for those maturity stages. What is some of the conclusions? What's happening in the left side? Do you see that there is a lack of funding for proof of concept for deep tech entrepreneurs, among others, Valley of Deaths? Now, the moment where we are going to connect the dots of the presentation. On the one hand, we have corporations that are growing their investments, mechanisms, volume, and more on startups, also on deep tech startups. We'll see in a second. On the other hand, we see how there is a lack of funding for proof of concept for deep tech entrepreneurs. Why don't we meet this common ground called corporate venturing in deep tech, as we were recently publishing at the MIT Management and Sloan Review and HBR? Now, the question is, Jose Maria, I don't believe you yet. Let's continue on that option. Where we are ranked on Europe. Asia. On 2021, we found that around 57% of the biggest corporations are working with startups through corporate venturing, either investing or other type of mechanisms. If you say our colleagues in Latin America, on 2019, there was a 23% grown, almost 2 times, up to 40%. US, if you go to the Fortune 500, 90% of the biggest corporations are already working with startups. And Europe, what do you think is the number that is going to appear there? Around 75%, a number that is growing. Now the question is, Jose Maria, but this is corporate venturing. I want to know corporate venturing in deep tech. No problem, we have this data. So we grasp those corporations who are working with the startups. Is there any correlation with the adoption also on deep tech? And here you have the numbers. Can you tell me an estimation of the future? I don't have, thank you very much, a crystal ball. Point for you. I don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you what 100 chief innovation officers were telling to us on the forthcoming of their portfolios. On the existing portfolios, almost 70% of the corporations have around 25% at least in their portfolios on deep tech. And almost more than 70% expect to grow that weight during the next 3 to 5 years. Now, I have very bad news for all of you. Sorry. 70% of these collaborations of corporate startup fail. Precisely 69.4, based on the data of 10 years of analysis. And deep tech is even higher. And this is the end of the presentation. Do you imagine? I have also good news. We have been working for almost 10 years, interviewing 600 chief innovation officers all across the globe to understand what the remaining 30% is doing differently. And I can tell you, I cannot synthesize or summarize 10 years of research in 15 minutes, now 5. But here are some of the answers to some of the questions that we have tried to tackle with research. What are the right mechanisms? If I am a policymaker, should I incentivize the corporation, the incubator, the university, the startup? How to measure success and others? I'm going to also only tackle 3 of them. 1, if you're a corporation and tomorrow at 9 a.m. you want to start to innovate with a startup, what are the biggest challenges you're going to tackle? And here you have top of them. Number 1, who is going to do the technology evaluation? Do you have someone in your corporate venturing team who understands the technology? Moreover, maybe the R&D department is going to be biased because they have been developing the internal baby for years. And now you, with the corporate venturing team, are you going to invest in a technology that maybe is going to cannibalize that technology? KPIs. How are you going to convince the director of the business unit who has to report quarterly or annually that he or she has to wait for 5 years to see results? And many others. So this is not easy. It's one, I would say, the first message. The second one. For this insight, please follow me until the end. I need 3 layers of data. Layer number 1, x-axis. Total, here I'm going to map all the corporate venture mechanisms. So x-axis is the speed. Total months required to have one opportunity between one corporation and one startup. Y-axis, the ongoing cost. Here, you have all the mechanisms that you have seen before. Corporate incubator, corporate accelerator, corporate venture capital, venture client, hackathons. The size of the bubble, which is the third variable, is the maturity stage of the opportunity you are going to work with. Is a discovery, is a startup, or is a scale-up? And now, it's a question for you. I know that you are very good on maths. Around 60% of the attendees have a PhD. Around 65% of the attendees have engineering backgrounds. And all of you are quite smart. So my question for you is, what can you tell me from this data point? What's one of the conclusions? One big aha. Come on, I'm going to give you a tip. Anything else? Anything there? Although on 2019, corporate incubators was the most active mechanism in Europe, we found that the venture client, that almost no one was knowing what that mechanism was, you can achieve between 3 to 5 times efficiencies on cost and speed on this process. So here my message is not that we don't have to use corporate incubators. It's not my message. My message is when you take a decision as a corporation, policymaker, or others, use the data. Because in this field, 10 years ago, we didn't have this amount of data. Now we have it, and it's public. I'm happy to share it. Insight number 2. Insight number 3, 2 minutes. If you ask me, what do you think is going to be the next big trend? What have you seen across those 600 chief innovation officers? What's going next? A challenge and a possible way to tackle those. The challenge, you are a chief innovation officer, and because the volatility that we are tackling, maybe your budget on innovation is going down. Number 2, because this volatility and a startup that you want to work with, maybe in 30 days, disappear. Moreover, because now we have deal room, pitch book, Crunchbase, a lot of databases on startups, everyone has access to the same information. So how can I get that startup before you? Before you. The last one, value proposition. How can you differentiate from other corporations? There is a new concept, and we are analyzing right now 60 across the globe. It's called corporate venture squads. Imagine to connect a group of corporations working together to innovate with the startups. A way to reduce and to share the cost of the proof of concept, to increase the scouting capabilities, 5 scouters from the corporations, and also the benefits. You can offer more to the startup. One example, now that we are in Sweden, is Mobility X. You have a group of corporations and others in the same value chain to innovate with the startups. Now, what are the conclusions of today? 45 seconds. 2 conclusions. 1, deep tech corporate venturing may help us in this European valley of death. Number 2, corporate venturing squads as a way to reduce costs, anticipate deal flow, and strengthen value proposition. And 3 questions for all of you. 1, do we have the right co-investment mechanisms? Either if you are in the academia, policymaking, corporations, startups. 2, the current mechanisms are tailored to those deep tech startups. And number 3, how can we better connect this ecosystem? Because these slides are not going to be public, I have prepared for you something better. And you have 5 seconds to take the picture. You have all the data that we have shared in these 3 reports. Number 1 on deep tech, number 2 on ecosystems, number 3 on the European Valley of Death. I hope that you have enjoyed this roller coaster of opportunities, challenges, and trends. And this is not the end. This is the beginning. I'm looking forward to learn from all of you of what's the future of corporate venturing in deep tech for Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jose Maria, for that super interesting overview of the important role incumbents, i.e. corporates, have to play in helping build the deep tech ecosystem. Now, we heard this morning about why deep tech is so important for the future of Europe. We are now, in the next portion of our program this afternoon, going to look at how we get there. And we're going to look at some of the new emerging innovation models, how they work, and how different players in the ecosystem can work together. So with that, I'd like to invite the members of the Collaboration in Practice panel to please come on up to the stage. I think you're going to have to double up on the tables. We have a lot of wonderful panelists with us this afternoon. We have Magnus Bjorn, CEO of AstraZeneca's Bio Venture Hub. We have Celine Farset, Global Head of Technology Partnering for Open Innovation Research at L'Oreal. Christopher Jacklin, CEO of Lucero Bio. Philip Noten, CEO of CPearl. Peter Roos, CEO of Novatron Fusion. Lisa Erickson, CEO of KTH Innovation. We have a lot of material to go through, so I want to get right to it. I'm going to start with you, Magnus. Now, the BioVenture Hub that was built here in Sweden, in Gothenburg, is a really interesting example of public-private partnership. What happened was the Swedish government said, you know what, we've got expertise here in the country on biotech and medtech, and we really want the country to be a magnet for entrepreneurs and startups in that space. And AstraZeneca realize, well, there's this big shift going on in healthcare. And we're moving from developing a product, i.e. medicine, to outcomes. And we need to be exposed to startups that are totally outside of our space so we understand where things are heading. And then you had, a group of startups who, in deep tech, who need access to infrastructure, i.e. the laboratories, the scientists. And so all of these needs kind of converged together and formed what is now today called the BioHub. And so tell us a little bit about how that works and how you structured the public-private partnership.
Thank you, Jennifer. So we started this back in 2014, and at that point I had spent 10 years in business development, doing venturing and acquisitions and licensing, and I sometimes joke and say this initiative is frustration as a driver for innovation. Because we have a mentality where we build business cases and try to anticipate return on investment. As such, we disqualify ourselves from anything that is potentially disruptive. So what we wanted to do was to basically introduce the principles of the sharing economy into industry, and we did this by mixing 4 different industry verticals. So it's pharma, it's medtech, it's IT, and it's diagnostics. And we deliberately built a portfolio of large and small companies that are non-competing on a product level to really promote openness. And we also decided to have no rights whatsoever when it comes to exclusivity or ownership. I think that is a natural evolution of this type of ecosystem. But in essence, to me, it was about addressing the convergence of both what and how. And you saw this previous slides on the differences between large and small organization. By building a physical environment where we blend small innovative companies with the expertise and infrastructure that sits in industry, and you take competition out of the equation, it becomes utterly powerful. So to me, this is, for us, it's a way to balance exploration and exploitation in a very different way than we normally can do. We can expose ourselves to new technology and at the same time allow our infrastructure and human capital support growth among these companies. And it's important to state that this is not for startups. We have chosen to focus on growth. So it's an environment for scale-up companies when they typically need the type of expertise that are locked into big corporations. And I mean, we have been doing this now for 8 years, and it has actually been funded to a great extent by external funding, and that has been, I would say, very important for this type of initiative.
So, in fact, I think it's something like 30% of your funding initially came from the Swedish Innovation Agency, is that right?
No, it was actually, in total, public funding was 50%.
Okay. And I think it's also important to add that corporations in other verticals, such as ABB, are now copying your open innovation model because they see the value in it.
I think this needs to be done. There is not one formula for this, but I think both Synelip, which is ABB, and to some extent Mobility X Lab, they're all adaptations of the same idea to join forces to really catalyze innovation. And I think we all need that, and we all benefit from it.
Okay, so now I would like to turn to you, Christopher, because your company is actually benefited from being inside the Venture Hub. So just first tell us what your company does, and then what attracted you to go there, and what have you gotten out of the relationship?
Yeah, so our company is a small biotech startup in Gothenburg. We basically create AI-driven lab instruments for companies like AstraZeneca to help them develop the next phase of personalized medicine. And so one of our potential customers, hopefully in the future, would be a company like AstraZeneca. So, of course, we wanted to be as close to them as possible. And one of the biggest challenges that we have as a startup trying to get into that industry, and it's not exclusive to pharmaceuticals, but it's definitely one of the biggest challenges is when you're trying to approach a big organization like that, who do you contact? Who do you get inside that organization to champion for you? How do you, get evidence from them that you can bring to investors that shows you're actually developing something that's going to meet the challenges that they have, et cetera. So being able to be on site, because the BioVenture Hub is right in the middle of AstraZeneca's headquarters in Gothenburg, is priceless, to be fair. I mean, we have lunch with our potential users. We can go to their lab and see their workflows. They can come to our lab and give us direct feedback so we know what we're doing is in line with what they need. So it truly is priceless to be there.
Well, you've also there's also another big advantage for being based here in Sweden, because you've ended up merging one of your scientific advances with a scientific advance that comes out of KTH here in Sweden. So can you tell us how that happened?
Yeah, so it started off actually with us approaching AstraZeneca first through their mentorship program, which is fantastic. So we pitched our technology to some of the AstraZeneca employees who deal with that, and then they kind of circulated it internally to see which scientists in the organization might be interested in using our technology. And we came across one senior scientist who really was, and at the time he was also part of a Vinnova-backed collaboration called Nanoscale Drug Development. And in that project, KTH was already a part of it, so they were already started this off, and they said we would be a good fit. So they brought us in to that collaboration, and the technology that KTH, our partner KTH, is working with is a little bit upstream of what we do, and our technologies work synergistically. So then afterwards, when we got into this project, we approached the BioVenture Hub because we thought, okay, we want to be working together with AstraZeneca. We have this project, it's good for us to be there. So we located there, and then they also helped KTH co-locate there. So we actually have labs just across the hall from each other, which is huge because, as we keep hearing, deep tech innovation takes so long, and what that does for us, aside from providing the infrastructure, is that now we're able to iterate on our technologies infinitely faster, right? They're just across the hall, so they'll do something and they'll come over, and they're basically making the biological models that we use in our system for our tests. So they'll make the model, we'll do the test, we can provide feedback and go again. And then, of course, in addition to that, we can then move to AstraZeneca's labs as well and get feedback that way. So it's really helped facilitate the development, I would say.
Thanks for giving us that really concrete example of how cross cooperation between different entities can really work. And so, Lisa, now I want to turn to you. So, for those that went on the KTH tour this morning, you are heading up innovation program at a university that was created in the 1800s in the King's Forest, and for the last 20 years, you've been looking at how do we scale up innovation, and you're opening up in the innovation process and testing new ways of innovating, including with one of our panelists, Novotron. So can you tell us a little bit about how that works? And then Peter, I'll turn to you to hear more.
Yeah, as you already mentioned, KTH Innovation, we are an innovation support department at the Royal Institute of Technology, and our main mission is scientists and students and faculty members with early stage innovation support. So it's usually kind of spinning out of the university, which we've been doing for close to 20 years, and it's been a very, very great journey, and it's still very interesting. But I think what we've heard during this day is that universities can take a much bigger role in this innovation ecosystem, especially when it comes to deep tech. And I believe that universities really need to lean into this to stay relevant and to be able to be competitive, I would say, in the future. And what we have done is that we also opened up and support getting access to research infrastructure and so on. And then we ended up with this project that Peter will tell you more about. But it was a startup funded by KTH alumni, so it was a strong connection to KTH, but with a really cool, I shouldn't reveal what you can tell the story by yourself, but a really cool technology on fusion. And of course, that's something that needs to be developed together with the university. You can't build a reactor in your living room or in your garage. You need to be in a lab. So we leaned into this and said, let's do it. Let's see what we can do. And now we have invited you to campus, and you're building your demonstrator in one of our labs. And we are exploring this together. And we will see, I think universities, we also need to kind of innovate on ourselves and to dare to do so, because of course this has never been done in this way before, but let's explore it. And I believe this will strengthen our research in this area for the future and kind of invigorate the entire innovation ecosystem in this at KTH. So that's the reason why we do it.
Thanks. So, Peter, let me turn to you because, your company, which is focused on fusion, started out as a commercial entity with a very industrial focus. How did you end up in a university lab?
Yeah. I mean, just like Lisa said, we have a KTH background, alumnus as we are, and as we come from an industrial perspective, when we started this venture, where we have this new unique solution for adding the last piece that is missing for making fusion happen and work in reality in a commercialized way. We also understood that we need to have an academia perspective on things as well. So we actually started to talk with experts at the Royal University of KTH and talked with them to say, is our theories correct? Have you missed anything? Can you validate our concept? And that was very positive answers, which were validated also by our international experts. So from that stage to take it to become a partner with KTH, and actually was a spin-in sort of solution. So we are adopted by KTH. That was fantastic because just like Lucero Bayo said, having the very close relation to experts, infrastructure, knowledge. I mean, at KTH we have people who have been doing research on fusion for so many years, experiments running there. It means a lot.
Thank you. So we were going to come back to fusion and some of the potential and the challenge, but first I would like to ask both Magnus and Lisa to talk about how, despite the positive outcomes of these collaborations, that you are bumping into state aid issues. And, what are those issues and what do we need to do to kind of avoid them so that we can be sure that constructive collaborations flourish? Magnus, I'll start with you.
I think when we received funding, it was not obvious to provide AstraZeneca with capital to do what we did. There has actually been done a lot of research together with the School of Economics to try to understand what is the bang for the buck here. And I think it's quite evident the value that has been generated to these small companies. It's immense. We know that. We have data on that. There has been a lot of internal discussion. What is it actually worth for AstraZeneca to have companies where we have no rights, we have no right of first negotiation, zero. And we are now in a situation where, due to the aid rules, the governmental funding will cease to exist. And we were at the crossroad of making a decision, should we close it down or should we let it continue? And thank God AstraZeneca decided to keep it going. And I think that is a good testimony to the value it creates, both for the SMEs and for the ecosystem as a whole, but also for us. But I think the challenge is that I understand why there are certain rules and guidelines, but I think when you come with really novel things, it becomes difficult to squeeze them into governance that is based on yesterday's reality. So I would love to see a bit more flexibility here.
Okay, and the question I have for you is, if you had not gotten the government funding initially, would you, AstraZeneca, have done what it did?
No. The easy answer is definitely no.
So it was only after you were able to show internally the value of this that, you got the decision now to continue.
I mean, this has been a project that is all about trust. These small companies put themselves in the belly of Goliath when they move into AstraZeneca. And I think we spend a lot of time building that trust. It was all about value creation for them and for the ecosystem. I think now we are on balance, but it took us 5-6 years to come to a point where we could start to be a bit more thoughtful about what's in it for us. And again, I think there is a huge willingness in industry to catalyze and participate in driving innovation, because that's our DNA and that's the phenotype we are. But to be able, and especially in a large international organization, to be able to demonstrate that this is actually backed by the government, it's more important than the actual funding, because then you move into a total different type of discussion. So I think the commitment is more important, because the money is not big in context of what we do. But to be able to say that this initiative is backed by the government, That's extremely important.
Okay, thank you for that perspective. Lisa, what is your take on this?
I think what we talked a lot about today is that there are big challenges, the clock is ticking, we need to join forces, and I think when we do so, when academia and corporates and startups join forces and really take a plunge and try to do something about it, I think it's important that also all the kind of the regulations around it also steps up and start working with it, because there are challenging with the state aid rules, for example. There are other regulations that also kind of hinders and it makes us take a big risk, which I think we should do, but still it is important that we need to do this simultaneously. And I think it's not wise that you just should expect that all the organizations would take all, and then if something goes bad, then we'll say, yeah, but they were not allowed to do so. So that was why it didn't work. I think it's really important that we make sure what needs to be changed and then simultaneously changes, because otherwise the time will not be enough, and Europe will not be the in the top with this ambition we were talking about before.
Thanks, Lisa. Magnus, you wanted to just add something?
I think we spend a lot of time discussing what to do, what to innovate. I wish we could spend a bit more time on how we do it, because that's where we can be unique. Because the what is obvious to anyone everywhere on the globe, perhaps, but the how, that's where we can be really innovative.
Thank you. I want to turn now to Philippe, because we've talked briefly, and we'll talk more about why fusion is strategic to Europe's future, but so are chips. And we recently saw the EU pass the Chip Act, but the fact of the matter is that today only about 10% of chips produced globally are made in Europe, and if Europe is going to stay apace and going to have in areas like AI, quantum computing, medical research, climate change mitigation, energy management, it needs to have microprocessors to process huge volumes of sensitive data in a fraction of a second. And today, most of the chips in Europe's supercomputers are not produced here. Why is that a problem? And how are you going to fix that, Philip?
It's definitely, you're right, Jennifer, a big problem, because basically these components are sourced in US, and we have seen the announcement of NVIDIA last week as one of, let's say, $1 trillion companies. So that's something we have to fix. Today we need supercomputers for major simulation, major exercise, major workload like climate change, fusion, and all this stuff. And basically today it's based on mainly US components. A bit Japanese, but mainly US. And I've basically left my job and background of, let's say, semiconductor consumer industry, where the only outcome was to kill the competition or to be killed by the competition, which is what I did. Basically to jump to the big bath of European collaboration, raising European money, and after moving to startup scale, and scale up stage to try to fix it. But it's absolutely fundamental. CHIPS Act is going to help a bit, that's clear.
So you've raised money from the EIT, if my memory serves me well, also from the French government, and some private venture capital. And I think you've raised, like a total of 90 million, which is great, except as you've just mentioned, one of your competitors, this week had a $1 trillion market cap. So we have a long way to go to catch up. You're working in the European ecosystem with automakers, but also with makers of supercomputers like Atos. What more needs to be done to establish an ecosystem that will support chip development in Europe?
Let's say first, it's a good progress. Well, let's say moving toward the good direction. So semiconductor is known now that political level that's critical, which, let's say, the experts knows this for, let's say, 70 years. There are still lots of stuff which are missing. Now, we are European, so we can say that we are smarter, but we still miss lots of resources, engineering resources. That's critical, because in our case, we are today 130, we need to recruit 160 engineers. On top of this, let's say 80% of the resume we receive are from outside Europe, mainly India. So here's something's wrong in terms of core education. That especially semiconductor hardware, it's not bad, it makes lots of money, hence the NVIDIA example on the AI, and that's what we are trying to forget. After, even if I'm not going to complain, because for the first closing we did 90 million euros, we got, as you said, 15 million from EIC, 25 million from EIB, a significant amount from the French authority, France 2030 for French tech sovereignty. We got massive, let's say, massive investment from 2 corporate investors, and that's in line with what has been presented this morning, public money plus corporate VC. We have ARM, British and Japan on board, Atos Evident on board. That's very good to start, that's not enough. And what is going to miss, or what should be done, let's say, much more seriously in Europe, is basically public order. And to ensure that the public order will end first to local SMEs. If these SMEs, of course, they deliver on time with the good level of performances and a level of price which is reasonable. So for this, there is still a way to go.
Okay, thank you. And so now I want to go to you, Celine, and talk about how L'Oreal is working with deep tech startups and scale-ups. So what is deep tech for L'Oreal?
Okay, so deep tech for L'Oreal is really everything that has been discussed so far, all those technologies that are science-based, very innovative, and that can bring a unique solution to a problem that we're facing. So that's something that we have decided to address in a much more dedicated manner 3 years ago, roughly, by organizing a team that is really focusing on deep tech startups, really to address them and scout them in a very specific means on the defined topics, and collaborate with them really with the proper ways of working. So for us, there's a broad range of topics that are meaningful for those startups. First of all, the one that we are all facing regarding climate change and sustainability. So we're really exploring startups for biotech, as we have one of our target for 2030 is to have 95% of our ingredients that should be bio-based or from abundant mineral or circular methodology. So it's really something that we will do thanks to the input and the innovation from those startups. So we need to look for them. So that's really for us one of the major areas, biotech, agricultural technology as well, to support the shift of our portfolio. Also water management that we want also to address, as it's one of the key footprint that we need to be really reducing during the use phase of our product. And also all the new scientific areas like microbiome and so on that we need to explore. So really, in a broad sense, we explore biotech and sensors, and by doing lots of tech transfer. This is also something that is at the core of our activity, to transfer technologies from startups to cosmetics, because most of the time it was not designed for our applications.
And so I think that's a really interesting area to explore, this idea that you are, talking to startups and scale-ups and saying, hey, you may not have thought of this, but, we see applications in our area. But that poses specific challenges of its own. And maybe you can talk about, the need for collaboration across industry between incumbent large traditional companies.
Yeah, indeed, it has been addressed several times already this afternoon. Really the wall for the scale-up, that is really intrinsic of the deep tech activities, how we can help them really bridge that gap in different manners, because we're facing it with them as well. Because as we take technologies that are sometimes far from our core expertise, we may not always be the best actor to actually conduct this scale-up. So we need to explore further and sometimes find a third party that we will involve in the collaboration. So it's not a simple model of one-to-one, and to identify these new partners that may be out of our usual value chain or usual network. That's one way to also change the way of collaborating. And another challenge is also, especially when addressing sustainability challenges, we can do it on our own, but our impact at the end will still be limited. So it's much more powerful if we address those challenges that most of the time are also common with other industries together. And I heard about corporate venturing squad, and I really like that terminology, because it really means let's join our forces. We have one challenge. We should address it all together to make it more impactful, facilitate the scale up. And I think for the startup, it's much more also meaningful to have one major collaborations with several partners and duplicate efforts that maybe will also not be so successful. So that's one thing also that we envision as a next step for the future of open innovation, is really to join forces more with other industries in order to address those challenges. And one initiative that I'm very supportive of, and that you will hear of just in the next panel, is the Deep Tech Alliance. Being in charge of the European ecosystem exploration, I found out that knocking on the door on each country to be as close as possible to the people that have access to the good team and the good partners, it's something doable, but there's a way to improve that. And I see in the Deep Tech Alliance a way to really optimize all these networks and actually to join forces on the topics between industries and to share that in an efficient manner to this ecosystem. So that's something also that is for me a way to push and to do the open innovation in a slightly different manner.
Thank you. So keeping on this topic of challenges, let me go back to you, Peter. And I want to talk about, can you talk for a few moments about why you believe fusion is key to Europe's future, and what are some of the barriers and problems that are preventing Europe from maybe reaching that goal?
Yeah, to start with, fusion is what powers the stars, and it's been considered since a long time the ultimate goal for providing us with safe, clean, abundant energy, and we all know the meaning for that. We need to produce 10 times more electricity than we do today to meet the demands of the 2050. And the only way to reach there is probably by making fusion happen, right? So that's quite obvious for everyone. Everyone can say that. On the other hand, it's also considered to be the holy grail of technology, the most complex thing to develop. The impact of having fusion power is almost impossible to really fully grasp. It is at the absolute basic fundamental infrastructure of the complete society that we have. We're not talking deep tech here, we're talking society disruptive deep tech that will entirely it will be a game changer for every one of us by companies, industries, and private persons as well. So that's for sure, absolutely. The challenges that we're meeting right now, of course, there are technology challenges, but we are doing great progress in the community of fusion. We are partners, not competitors. We all want it to happen. It's for mankind. The challenges that we have are rather the infrastructure that we're talking about here, the collaboration that we need. We have support from academia, we have industry that really needs this, that wants to support this. What we want more is a vision. We need a vision from a European perspective. We have the skills, we have the talents, we have the means, we have the money. We have it all here. We need a fusion strategy for Europe where we can align, we can gather all the different stakeholders and start digging down into concrete actions to make this happen. Because it is possible to have this quite soon. It is within industrialization phase. UK, United States, they have stated that they have left the research stage. They are into industrialization. I think it's time for Europe to do the same.
Thank you. And do you want to add anything about the funding in...
The funding, yeah. Well, of course, deep tech, deep pockets. And of course, it requires a lot of money. And that is one of the biggest challenges we have as well, because at least in Sweden, which is the system I'm more familiar with, we have quite a good support for the startup that are in an early stage. I also believe they have good governmental support when they come to the final stage, where you want to scale up to production or something like that. But in between, when you have these long-term, we have large costs, we're talking really big numbers here, and there's a high risk for many of these deep tech challenges. There need to be a public-private partnership solution that really covers this, and we need to scale it up.
Okay, thank you. And Magnus, I know you wanted to say something.
No, I think we talk a lot about that the solution to the problem is to add more capital. And I think we need to think differently, because we need capital elsewhere as well. And I think what we did was basically to use flexibility of our own resource utilization and combine it with the economy of scale in an organization of close to 100,000 people. And to lubricate those type of means to access competence is far more cost efficient than doing it elsewhere. Because when you ask for money, you normally buy skills, or you buy access to infrastructure. We spend 25% of our revenue into R&D every year. It's an enormous mass of resources that we can use in alternative ways to drive innovation. So I think we need to be, it's not just about money, it's about how we do what we do every day. And that's where we need to be innovative.
So building on that, I want to talk for 1 second about AI, because the incumbent companies in Europe have a lot of rich data. AI needs that, quantum computing needs that, and we need to bring the actors together. Now, you tried to do something, and you ran into some speed bumps. Again, can you tell us, what we need to do to ensure that our startups can tap into the rich data that they need?
So I have a friend who is a policeman, and he says speed bumps, the way to circumvent them is to drive faster. So, no, but kidding aside, what we wanted to do was to say, we are willing to share our data. We sit on tons of data. What if we can use that as a means to, again, catalyze innovation in the space of AI? Can we invite companies to come and say, you can access our data? And when we tried to launch this program, it didn't fit any of the existing initiatives. It was outside. And it meant delays. And I mean, everybody wanted to do it, but the bigger god of governance stopped it. So I think we are not giving up. We will do it. But I think we can be so much faster. And imagine if we could join forces. So this was about building a data marketplace where large corporations come together to provide data to small innovative companies in the space of machine learning and AI. It would really put Europe in a very competitive situation.
So, as we're nearing the end of the panel, I want to just try to wrap up by emphasizing what the messages that the policymakers in the room need to walk away with. So if I heard you, I mean, one of them is we need flexibility around state funding, around all the rules around that impact innovation. So that's one. We need government to not just say they support startups, but actually, and scale-ups, but buy the technology. What else do you want to leave as a call to action?
Education.
Reskilling and upskilling?
Education.
Okay.
We don't have enough engineers to do the job. I suppose that's the case for all these industries. So what are they doing, where they are, so we need them.
Okay, we're going to hear some more about the EU Talent Initiative a little bit later on this afternoon, but any other last words?
A bit more guts.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, I'd like the audience to give a nice round of applause to the people who are doing the hard work on the ground with open innovation models. Thank you all very, very much. Okay, so next up, I'd like to ask, we're going to talk about the role of various ecosystems in Europe to facilitate growth and collaboration. And so I'd like to invite up to the stage Nicola Bryan, President of the European Startup Network, Thomas Clem Anderson, who is the manager of the Deep Tech Alliance, Julia Renaud, Senior Director Europe for Breakthrough Energy, and Prince Constantin van Orange-Nassau from TechLeap, Netherlands. He's here. Yes.
Hi.
So, welcome. And so let's start by just having each of you briefly talk about your ecosystem and what you do, and then we'll get into what you see as the opportunities and challenges. So let's start with you, Constantin.
Wow, that's a big question. So I think a lot of the stuff that's being said today is all obviously very relevant as well in the Netherlands. I think if you look at it macro, we think we score very well on all the kind of the benchmarks. So the Netherlands is always up there, you know, as one of the leading tech ecosystems, whatever that means. But I think we are a very dense country, which has a high diversity of kinds of startups. So it's not specific in one or two domains, but it's actually across the whole offering, probably slightly weighted towards health and energy. And of course, we've got the fintechs and in fintechs payments, and we have obviously the SaaS companies that everybody else also has. We have maybe a venture capital system that is slightly less developed than a country like Sweden, definitely less than the UK and Germany. Our companies have access to less capital, so the rounds are smaller. So we're seeing actually a challenge was mentioned before, not only value of depth, but really per round smaller amounts of funding, so that the companies are not growing. You start a lot of startups. Basically double the average in Europe, but in terms of scale-ups, a bit less. So scaling is the real issue, especially when it comes to deep tech, when it comes to companies, spin-offs from universities. That's a big area. So the whole tech transfer system, I think, is something we really are focusing on. And well, what can I say more? I think we're doing a lot to actually connect entrepreneurs. We find that is really one of the core things. And then, of course, try to create a system that is fiscally interesting, that has the right educational support, so that we see more talent flowing into this system. And so talent is really important. I think funding, super important. And then market access, small market. Our companies need to be international from the start, and that's something we need to work on too. So basically the mindset of thinking big, but also paying forward and giving back is something that we are really emphasizing.
Thank you very much. So let me move to you, Julia. Can you tell us a little bit about what Breakthrough Energy is doing here in Europe?
Of course. So hello, everyone. So we're focused on the incredibly hard challenge of making green as cheap as brown. So we're solely focused on climate mitigation. And essentially what we're trying to do is sort of building on the lessons that we have with solar and wind development. We're trying to accelerate the pathway for clean tech innovation from earlier stages, from R&D, through supporting them through grants, through a fellows program, through capital formation. So we've got a venture fund called Breakthrough Energy Ventures, and then through some of the challenging parts when you come to scale up, particularly as we're talking about some of these deep tech sectors like hydrogen or long duration energy storage or carbon capture and storage, around the project financing challenges that we have. And in everything that we do, you know, sciences and technologies is at the core, because from the perspective of where we're looking at, you know, to reach net zero by 2050, we don't have all of the technologies that we need, but of course they're also at very different stages of maturity. So if I give a few examples of what we're doing, you know, very focused in Europe, and I'll give a flavor of how each of our different programs is focused on Europe. If I start at the earliest stages, we have the Fellows program that's really focused on first and foremost providing grants to first-time entrepreneurs that are still either at universities or have just started their companies, and we match them with business fellows. So thinking about, well, what is your commercialization strategy? Who do you need to reach out in terms of understanding your business case, in terms of potential industrial partnerships? This is a global program, but there are 14 fellows in Europe and 3 business fellows in Europe as well. Then another program that we have is through the philanthropy and through the policy work that we do, we support accelerators. So one good example is Sustainable Aero Lab, where this is really sort of bridging entrepreneurs who are working in a very hard industry, which is the aviation industry, with mentors that actually come from the industry. So that's a different type of ecosystem that we're supporting. Another is around our Breakthrough Energy Ventures team, and we have a venture fund, a joint venture with the EIB and the European Commission, specifically focused on European entrepreneurs and European companies. And here, again, industrials play a big part, large corporates, not only as potential co-investors, as potential clients, but also thinking about the technical expertise. And 2 more programs that we have is trying to bridge the startups with the large corporates. That's a little bit of what we're trying to do. And finally, trying to bridge the voice of those, that deep tech, clean tech community with policymakers, because that's also, I think, part of the challenge is translating what they're seeing, what they're bringing to the policy making.
Thank you, Julia. So, Thomas, can you build a little bit on the description of the Deep Tech Alliance that L'Oreal gave us earlier, and tell us more about what you do?
Yeah, yeah, I'd be happy to. So, Deep Tech Alliance is a collaboration between deep tech startup support organizations associated with European technical universities. We currently have 10 members from 10 different European countries in the alliance, and we collaborate together to provide European startups and startups from our ecosystems with access to capital and business opportunities on a European level. And we do that by connecting those startups with our corporate partners and our investor partners. So it's all about, I think, talking about challenges in Europe. This initiative is of course also all about breaking down those national barriers and creating connection and collaboration across borders by bringing these important stakeholders together. And in terms of challenges that we're all facing, I think some of them are definitely going beyond what we can all agree on, which is we need a more integrated ecosystem in Europe. I think we can all toast to that and exchange logos and say, yes, we want to do it. But the real challenge is finding out how to do it, right? And finding the models that work and executing on that vision. Also, when it comes to deep tech, bringing in very early on our commercial mindset. And I think also identifying or creating sustainable initiatives. So when we invest in, when Europe invests in new initiatives, to kind of take them beyond that shooting star phenomena where we have this great initiative shining brightly and beautifully for 3 or 4 years, only to fade away and not leaving a lasting trace in the ecosystem, but creating something that lasts, and also maybe identifying well-working and efficient models and existing initiatives that need investment for scaling. I think there are already a lot out there that could really benefit from that. So yeah, those are some things I'd point to, and there's more, but we can come back to that.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, so let me turn to you, Nicolas, because I know a number of the points that he touched on are close to your heart. So what do you tell us, in a few words about the startup network, but then also what you see as the challenges?
Well, thank you so much, Jennifer. Hi, everyone. My name is Nicolas Bryan. I'm the chairman of the European Startup Network. So basically, the European Startup Network is the big bad lobbying organization for startups in Brussels. And we believe we are very important because we tend to be the guys that meet the commissioners just after the top lobbyist of Google and just before the top lobbyist of Deutsche Telekom. And we try to tell them that in order to make a sound tech policy, it's good to listen to big tech, it's good to listen to the legacy players, it's also great to listen to startups. And I'm doing this on a voluntary basis. On a personal level, I advise startups and startup incubators, including one in Singapore. So it's quite an interesting transnational perspective. And before that, I used to run a startup incubator in France, which raised 24 million euros in order to turn to a deep tech friendly strategy. And we will probably touch upon that after.
So what do you see? What do you see as the challenges for the traditional incubator accelerator networks in Europe? You know, when it comes to deep tech.
Can I be blunt?
Yes.
Incubators are dead. There is the simmering sound of a revolution. There is a deep tech revolution because most of the startup incubators in Europe, they have been set up for software as a service B2B companies, for B2C consumer companies. And the deep tech startups clearly are totally different from these business models. We find very exotic business models of B2G2C, B2B2G. We also find mixes of hardware and software. Especially with regard to climate tech. Software is eating the world, but software is not going to save the world. And these startup incubators are kind of efficient when dealing with software as a service, B2B models, consumer, B2C. But when it comes to deep tech, clearly there must be a revolution. I do believe there is a future, though, which is the reason why I asked people for 24 million euros to put in the startup incubator. Basically, and this was mentioned earlier today at KTH, which is a great model, by the way. A lot of these deep tech startups, they need equipment. Very expensive equipment. We mentioned 500 million euros for a nanotechnology facility, right? And these type of facilities, these type of equipments are not going to be acquired by early stage deep tech startups. So it would make a lot of sense for incubators to actually become platforms to access these very expensive equipments. What I did in my previous job was actually to acquire just a 1 million euro cyber range for cybersecurity startups so that early stage cybersecurity startups don't have to purchase a cyber range every time they start. It's not also a question of cost, it's also a question of time. A cyber range can take up to 12 months to just implement. So I do believe there is a future for startup incubators. I do believe that deep tech startups should get into incubators, provided that these incubators hear the simmering sound of the revolution.
How do we move to a pan-European approach? If you look at AI and large language models, which are in the news every day, right now there are about 10 global large language models. None of them have come out of Europe. And, you know, national governments have spent billions of dollars on their national AI strategies, and we've ended up with very small national players and no global offer. How do we prevent this from repeating itself over and over again? How do we get companies, maybe startups doing similar things, to join up together and become a pan-European player? How do we get the incubators and accelerators to identify, you know, and do some matchmaking so that we end up with these bigger players? And I throw it out to any of you who want to answer.
Yeah, well, I in your question, there's already a kind of an idea that you can orchestrate this. I mean, we are not China, we are not in some other spaces. I mean, look at, how you could do it. Look at Taiwan, how TSMC came about. Just look at how strategically that was done and what it would require from a government. I mean, the former panel was talking about procurement, about state aid rules, all those kind of things. You'd have to kind of shove those aside, have a very clear vision, very focused, working with corporates, getting the best people in out of the markets, getting a lot of capital out of the market, all that kind of stuff we just don't do well in Europe. We don't make decisions, and so I would I would say that if you try to do that from a top-down perspective, that's why maybe more governments do that. A government like France can do that. Some other governments like our government couldn't even do that. It's going to be very hard to follow that model. So the other model is more the American model, where you allow capital to accrue into concentration of a lot of talent and capital in one space, and you facilitate that. Obviously, you also put in maybe subsidies, but you allow the market to pick that up, and it requires a lot of ambitious entrepreneurship, because we look at with admiration to these companies that have done it, but it means that these companies have taken quite considerable risk because there was nothing and people were still putting a lot of capital in, which is not happening in Europe. So that big capital and a lot of entrepreneurship, and it means that you have to also cross a whole supply chain. You don't build an electric car without having all of the infrastructure available, the factories that do the batteries, all that stuff to build a car. So and we just didn't manage to do that in Europe, and not except under the pressure of Mr. Musk before and now. But they did do that in China. So there are models that you can use, but it does require us in Europe to make certain decisions. If we want to be consensus-driven, always with a negotiated outcome, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Like, I mean, I worked at the European Commission, and I'm just sick of the sentence. We have to exploit the potential of the internal market. There's not going to be an internal market. We're going to get very close, but there are always going to be certain barriers between these markets that are going to hurt the entrepreneur, and it's not going to be seamless. So if we're betting on that, either we really do it, but that means consumer policy, all these policies have to be aligned, harmonized, and we can't have national exemptions or exceptions. Are we going to do that? I think we really need to have some of the tougher conversations, but we can't just have the pie in the sky. Look, we have an internal market with 450 consumers, and we have strategic autonomy, which we want to do. We have deep tech, really important. We have the universities producing incredible technology, but then to get that all to work together requires decisions. And requires your capital to be applied where it's necessary. It means taking away rules. Like the medical devices directive or regulation. It's killing our companies. They all go to the US. It's not because the US is so much better. Yes, it's a bigger market, of course. But it's also that the FDA approves these things, whereas in Europe it can take years. So if we want to be serious about this, we should look at it in a holistic way. And just one last comment: if an ecosystem, if this would be actually in nature where ecosystems come from, this would fail immediately, because there, everything works together to make the collective. Here, everybody's working on their universities doing their little things, and the commission is doing their things, and national governments and incubators, everybody's doing their little things, but it's not adding up to one system. So if we want to achieve that, then we have to start looking at it in a more holistic way. Then we shouldn't make regulations that kill innovation. We should make regulations that protect the consumer, but also collect the innovations. And that's not happening at the moment.
Thank you, and thank you for being so blunt about it. So, Thomas, you indicated you wanted to say something, and then I'm going to ask each of you for a call to action. What do we need to do to fix this? What do we need to do to get a true pan-European ecosystem?
Right. I just wanted to add, we need policy regulation, sure, but we can orchestrate also for a lot of the important players out there to actually meet across borders. That's what we're seeing with what we do. When we do bring these corporates, VCs, and startups together, things happen also across borders. There's still a lot of ground to be gained, but it's obvious that we can't have deep tech VCs in Europe that are only focused on their own national market. They need to invest across borders. They need to invest together, joint forces, co-investments. We heard a lot about from with Maria and also Massimo talking earlier about the potential of corporates working together, doing joint collaboration with startups. We see a lot of potential there. That's something that really surprised us when we brought a lot of corporates together in our programs with the startups. We thought we were providing them a great service with a lot of very super deal flow, right, from the leading technical university ecosystems of Europe. We found out that they find as much collaboration potential among themselves as with the startups. So there's just so much potential to be untapped there.
And
if I could, you're doing some things with corporates as well, right?
No, exactly. But I do want to build on, I think, what we've discussed of sort of the importance. I think we're extremely fortunate working in the climate space of being in Europe. I mean, we've set the targets. There's sort of, you can agree that the targets are the right ones or not. But if I take the example of, everything that's being discussed around the Green Deal and hydrogen targets, I mean, that certainly has helped build up at least the vision for that industry to emerge in Europe. We supported the creation of a European Acceleration Center focused specifically on hydrogen. And of course, what mattered was you get the right definitions, but equally that you sort of look at what are the right type of strategic partners to have when you're starting to build up a hydrogen economy, when you're starting to build up these projects. And whilst the focus of that accelerator program that we built up with InnoEnergy EIT was, yes, we're going to support hydrogen, but it's actually not about hydrogen. It's about decarbonizing entire value chains, and the outcomes of those are corporates like H2 Green Steel, which honestly, they're using hydrogen as a means to decarbonize, but it already has the entire value chain together. I think just one thing to contemplate, because you're asking a call to action, I think in what we're working on specifically in the climate tech is we have a Fit for 55 regulation that's sort of setting up what we need to do. I think a fit for purpose regulation and types of capital allocation and ecosystem support is probably what we need as well, because there are so many journeys where we're hearing a lot of startups, we're hearing a lot of scale-ups that are pointing to the challenges actually that regulation poses, but also the absence of, I think what we mentioned earlier today, the absence of growth capital, absence of de-risking mindsets and that type of capital that we need in Europe to essentially being able to help scale. And the other element, I think the other elephant in the room is how do we get more of the corporate purchasing power that we have in Europe to actually help offtake some of these, incredible solutions. And that's where certainly, that dialogue between the deep tech companies and industrials and players like VCs or, accelerators have such a meaningful role, is to get these offtakers and to get these corporates that have the purchasing power to help bring some of these solutions into the market.
What's your call to action, Nicola?
May I be blunt? It's
Please.
the capital stupid. It's the capital stupid. What will enable us to have a truly digital single market is when we will have French VCs going to Romania to make a deal, Swedish LPs investing in Italian VCs. And today we don't have this. And I know we have policymakers in the room, we have government officials in the room, we have investors in the room. Just one pledge. No taxpayer money for a single nationality VCs. I have too many teams, VC teams in Europe that are super French, super German, investing in super French startups or super German startups. And I do believe we have a strong leverage here. That's the biggest difference between the US and the European Union. In the US, it's private money getting into VC funds. In Europe, most of the LPs, it's our money, it's taxpayer money. You guys in Sweden have great civil servants pension funds, putting a lot of money in VC funds. Please, let's use some of this pension fund money from Sweden to invest in French VCs, Italian VCs. I have a whole list if you guys want to get connections.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we're out of time, but let's have a nice round of applause for what has been a very, very interesting, insightful conversation. So, next up, I would like to invite to the stage Martin Kern, Director of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, Sala Sestamonin, Deputy Director General of the Joint Research Center, and Anna Panagopoulou, the Directorate General Director for European Research Area and Innovation.
Put you in the middle.
Welcome, and I'd like to start with you, Martin, and ask you that, we heard during one of the panels this afternoon is lack of talent. And in fact, it is one of the reasons why a number of startups and scale-ups don't stay in Europe. So please tell us how you're addressing that with the talent initiative.
So maybe very short context, and I'm happy so much was mentioned already about what EIT does. So of course EIT supports the whole innovation chain. We do innovation support, business creation, entrepreneurship, education, and we have 9 knowledge innovation communities focused on societal global challenges. So that's our approach, and altogether that's now largest innovation ecosystem in Europe. So the latest initiative that you referred to is the Deep Tech Talent Initiative. We also had an event on that yesterday. So I was very happy when Philip Norton in the CEO panel mentioned skills and education as one of the critical bottlenecks for the deep tech innovation revolution to move forward. So we have taken to heart the call from many of you for more speed, scale, and ambition in this field. So we said we're gonna train, skill 1 million deep tech talents in the next 3 years, and not just mobilize our own innovation ecosystem, which already of course quite large with those innovation communities, but also do a pledge for others to come on. And that was of course seen as a bit overambitious, but by now we see the response has been amazing. So we have already 600,000 talents pledged by those who joined the initiative, and that includes, for example, Intel, JA Europe, or Campus Biotech. And we don't just want to train and skill and upskill deep tech talents, because that's obviously the need, but obviously create a pool and ecosystem around it, because that's what EIT is all about, to match them, make them available. And I think EIT is well placed to do that, because we are pan-European and we're of course an EU initiative under Horizon Europe, so we can achieve that goal and really make a difference there. So that's where we are with the Deep Tech Talent Initiative.
Thank you, and I think you're also actively trying to recruit corporates to join this initiative. What are the advantages to them?
Yeah, so the target groups, if you want, are of course those training providers, because we noticed, and the whole initiative started from discussions with industry, especially new industry, unicorns in Europe, who said that's one of the critical bottlenecks. So we of course want to have more training, because often it's very expensive, numbers are small. We have already very good programs in the EIT, but we need to do that on a larger scale and find good practice programs that can also be transferred across. And we of course need to do that all along the innovation chain. So to start in the schools, happy the Girls Go Circular initiative was mentioned by the Vice President in the beginning. That's implemented by EIT Raw Materials, one of our innovation communities, but then also at university level, and then of course also professional one. So we need the industry, of course, because they can receive the training, so they also need to make room for professionals to be trained, but also to access the talents that come out of this initiative. So we want to have the matchmaking there, but finally, of course, also to tell which are the areas where there's the biggest need right now, but also with foresight, forward-looking in the future. So that's, I think, why industry joining the initiative is key to its success.
Thank you very much. Anna, I'd like to turn to you. We just had a panel about ecosystem. Yes. People were very frank about what needs to be done. I'd like you to talk about what the EU is already doing to strengthen the ecosystem.
Thank you very much, and very happy to be here today. First of all, I would like to start a little bit before the European Innovation Agenda, the new European Innovation Agenda. It has been said a lot about it today, and focus a little bit on the EIC, the European Innovation Council instrument, the 10 billion instrument that we have, which covers with its core instruments, Pathfinder Transition Accelerator, the direct spectrum of innovation support from the idea generation, which is more related to universities and research organizations, that they will do that by collaborating with small or large businesses, but also to bring those ideas to commercialization and to the market, and also scaling up with grant and equity companies in Europe. So we have this in place, and this is really a great support to our actors in the innovation ecosystem. But also, we provide through acceleration services the possibility for corporate days, where we bring small enterprises together with big corporates to work together. And we have seen out of the 50 corporate days that we have organized, that already we have a lot of contracts signed between those two types of companies. But it was very clear that there are a lot of initiatives that happened across Europe for talents, for companies, for universities, but the ecosystem and bringing all these actors together is the main issue. And therefore, I would like to focus very much to the new initiative where we launched, following the innovation communication, the establishment of regional innovation valleys. So what is the purpose of this initiative? First, to bring all the actors, we have a very nice diagram, together. So the regional authorities, governments, universities, research organizations, research infrastructures, and innovative companies, and bigger companies working all together to deliver concrete deep tech innovation for the market across Europe. Second, to address the issue of fragmentation of the ecosystem. Many people spoke about the American model, bring everyone together. No, we are in Europe. We are not following a Silicon Valley model, because I think the whole Europe is a Silicon Valley. It should be a Silicon Valley. So the idea of the regional innovation ecosystem is really to promote innovation and innovators to work together across Europe and then to bring the results of innovative products to European market and global market. So this is an initiative that has been launched very recently. We have in the pipeline around 100 million euros, 160 overall in the years to come. And I hope that nobody will miss the opportunity to look at the calls and to try to put 5 regions, some lower performing regions and some more performing, higher performing regions to work together to deliver concrete innovations. So for us, it's very important then to create and to promote the collaboration of innovation ecosystem, and talents have been sent. I would like just to add one more point, because it's not only to train and attract the talents, but to bring the talents from the universities to the industry and to the SMEs in order to consider a diverse career for them and to help them not only to develop their entrepreneurial skills, but to look at their possibilities to become the innovators of the future. So this is another initiative that we have launched, an internship scheme together with the ESC and EIT, and I'm very happy that we are working very much together from now on, also in the Women Tech Prize.
Super. Thank you so much, Anna. And so now, Sala, I'd like to ask you from a policy research perspective. This morning, we heard about how Europe has always had very, very strong science and research, but has often failed to commercialize it. From what you have learned, what do you think we need to do to move from knowledge access to value creation?
Our role in the Joint Research Center is to indeed to bring the science evidence-based for the policies. And I started quite in the low level. First, it actually is to draw the attention of the politicians to the issues that are important, for example, of giving the priority to the promotion of deep tech and to the problems that are there. And that means that we do the research to show that there are gaps. And I was, for example, it's our initiative to make the industrial R&D investment scoreboard that tells about the situation on the investments. And I was very happy that our products are successful. And thank you, Thomas Naugler, from this morning, who was using actually our graphs or the information and data from our graphs to show the investment and the gap between the EU, US, and the world. So this is the first thing that we need to convince the politicians, because here we are actually preaching to the converted. There are many other priorities in the EU, so this means that we need to get the attention. Then we do also research on the specific themes. Now the thanks go to Jose Maria Ciota, who was showing our report on the corporate venturing earlier today. So that this shows also what type of the research we do, and that which could then lead actually then bringing the theory and the knowledge then further on the practice.
I'll continue also if we have this policy on the European innovation valleys. Valley is a metaphor indeed to bring together, but in practice actually we need to put these valleys somewhere. They are places. They are it's a place-based policies that need to do. So what we develop also tools and methodologies like the partnerships for regional innovation to implement the European innovation valleys. And that means that it's really concretely bringing together those stakeholders that Anna was speaking from the regional, local, industry, national, EU level, and to make it concrete. I'm actually just back from Dalarna, Tällberg, most beautiful place in Sweden, where we brought 150 persons from that region to talk, for example, about the innovation for the region. And we got there connections between the new photovoltaics company talking for a larger company and the regional authorities who were ready to offer the space, place-based, and the political support. So it is in this kind of the concrete actions also that we bring things forward.
Thank you. We're almost out of time, so before we end, I would like each of you to just quickly say what are the key things that you took away from today and that you think we should focus on in the workshops.
Should I start? Yes.
Sure.
Well, the big takeaway for our session today was, first of all, that a lot is happening. And there is a lot of appetite at political and business level and academia level to do even more. So I think this is the moment to demonstrate that Europe could be an innovation leader across the world. We do need to have a pan-European approach. And I think I would like tomorrow's sessions to consider more about the pan-European approach. And I think we should also do more for diversification of our teams and promote the gender balance in the innovation ecosystem as well. So I would like tomorrow the workshops to consider about more women, but no more diversification, how we can bring this pan-European approach, and last but not least, something that I like very much, how we can use AI in order to deliver the innovations that we want in Europe in a better and more effective way.
Okay, thank you so much. Martin.
If you let me, I will combine takeaways from today and yesterday, where we had our Deep Tech Talent Initiative workshop. So starting also from today, I think if you look at the successful examples that were mentioned, whether it's a policy initiative level, like the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, or individual success stories, such as Northvolt from Sweden, that was shown today, supported by EIT InnoEnergy, or Katrin Schreiber, who was here today, and also got support from EIT Digital. It's always about collaboration, cooperation. And if we want to do it on more speed, scale, ambition, then we have to do that on a pan-European level, because nationally we will not reach these type of results. So that's the first takeaway. From yesterday, I actually like to leave you with 3 questions which came out of that, and they were quite provocative ones, so maybe that's good for the coffee break, on deep tech talent training. One, of course, the training for the engineers, for the deep tech specialists that will be the innovators. But then one question was, what about the training for the regulators, for the public servants? They also need to be trained, because they're the ones who will set the rules. And if they don't understand the deep tech technologies, then maybe we will not get where we want to get. So that was, I think, a very good one for the workshop and the coffee break as well. The second one was, one thing is to develop the courses, deep tech training courses. We do that. 50 of them are already online. EIT Manufacturing is managing that. You will have tomorrow more opportunity to learn more. But what about the companies? Are they also making the room to take up that training? Are they letting their employees to be trained to go further? I think that's also a good question to ask, especially, of course, also for startups, but equally for industry. And then the third one is for universities, and I think that very much came out of yesterday's discussion. Do we need more PhDs, theses on the shelf, or do we need more maybe postgraduate work to end up in startups? And is this maybe something one could link and combine? So these were, I think, 3 great ideas, and maybe they can be discussed further. Thank you.
Thank you. And Salo, you have the last word.
Thank you. There's a lot has been said, and one could actually speak a lot, but I'll pick actually one or two issues. What I heard today here from the stage was, for example, access to facilities. That was Nicholas from the Startup Network mentioned that is actually, that's needed. It was also in the previous panel, it was said that being on the site was very important then for the Christopher from the Lucero Bio. So this is something that I would like to put as a question for the workshops, that how will the startups get the access to the existing infrastructure so that they are facilitated in the testing what is happening. And maybe there the workshop also could look at the Living Labs initiative, so that to bring forward that type of the real world environments where the startups can indeed test, can navigate, go further with their aspects. And maybe then something that as a complementary, I would refer also to role of the technology transfer offices and the research and technology offices, bridging actually then between the large corporates and then the startups. So this type of the parts of the ecosystem, one could actually see how they are working, how they could work more efficiently. And it was also then making this aspect that we have found by networking, for example, the TTOs, very useful and very efficient.
Thank you very much. Can we please have a nice round of applause for the panel? So before you go away for the coffee break, just a couple of quick things. A reminder again, in the back of the room on the left-hand side, if you want to book rooms for one-on-ones, they can help you. If you're going to the dinner at the City Hall, buses leave at 6 o'clock sharp, don't be late. And third thing, make sure you come back after the coffee break, because the second part of our afternoon discussion will be fascinating. And I want to tell you a little, just give you a highlight. The moderator of this afternoon is Ia Moden, and she is a lawyer and a partner at Gozo Law Firm. She specializes in intellectual property and commercial contract law. She focuses on innovation, industrial collaborations, and commercialization activities. And she has a lot of experience in complex multi-party agreements related to future intellectual property rights, such as R&D contracts for both industry and academia. So please come back after the coffee break for what I'm sure is going to be a fascinating afternoon discussion. Thank you all very much.
It's the enthusiasts that are we're really interested in the nitty-gritty of how to make this happen. And I see some guilty parties coming back now, powered by coffee. The last session before ending the day and starting fresh tomorrow. As you could see, there are buses leaving. You need to be prompt, Swedish timekeeping, TikTok, no time for complacency. And I'm also here to inform you that those of you who are not going to one of the dinners need to organize your own transport. And I would recommend that you go to reception and they will help you. Now, next session, planetary deep dive session into the challenge of strategic use of intellectual assets for the core participants. Thank you.
Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the plenary session number 2, deep dive sessions into the challenges of strategic use of intellectual assets. My name is Ia Modin. I'm a lawyer practicing IP law. I do intellectual property, collaborations, and commercialization strategies. And therefore, I'm really proud to be able to be here today to moderate this session. First of all, we will invite Kerstin Jorna, who is with DG Growth. Unfortunately, she could not be with us today, but she has sent us a video greeting. So please, roll Kerstin Jorna.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no European industrial leadership without deep tech. Europe is on the right path. It is among the fastest growing regions in private capital investment. But investors want collaterals. And an efficient and comprehensive intellectual property system can provide just that. Intellectual property allows innovators to protect their breakthrough R&D results and use them to acquire scale-up capital, because that's when you need the money. Patents are probably the most powerful intellectual property rights. They protect inventions, whatever the sector. Today's conference coincides with the launch of the European Unitary Patent System. It's a historic achievement, long awaited by our industry. This new system establishes a one-stop shop for patent protection and enforcement in the single market. For innovative businesses, especially SMEs, this means two things: much lower costs and much higher legal certainty. And by bringing more coherence and therefore clarity, it will attract more foreign direct investment. Simulations suggest that the unitary patent system could generate 1.8 billion euros increase in annual foreign direct investment. This is very good news for European companies and innovators. In complement to the unitary patent and to bring us closer to completing the single market for technologies, the Commission presented in April a package of proposals that seek to further harmonize our patent rules. In particular, the package features the streamlining of the current EU system of supplementary protection certificates, which commonly extend the patent 20-year term for pharmaceutical and agrochemical products, to compensate innovators for the long regulatory approvals before such products can actually be marketed. We are also proposing a more transparent and fairer licensing framework for standard essential patents, particularly relevant for complex solutions and products, such as Internet of Things. These rely on technical standards, such as 5G. By 2030, the expected value of Internet of Things devices resorting to 5G standards will amount to 300 billion euros globally, compared to just 2.5 billion euros today. This tells us how important it is to provide our innovative companies as soon as possible with the right regulatory incentives to harness these blooming opportunities. One last word on intellectual property as a whole. While strong intellectual property protection and fair access to protected assets are important elements for deep tech startups and SMEs, we also need to support them in the production and in the management of intellectual property. This is why we created an SME fund, which is run by the EU Intellectual Property Office in Alicante to help SMEs protect their intellectual property. As from this year, financial support via the SME Fund is available not only for the registration of trademarks and designs, but also for the first time for European patents and new plant varieties. Ladies and gentlemen, for our businesses to reap the full benefits of these new initiatives and tools, it is essential that we ensure the broadest possible reach out and provide all the necessary support, including through the European Innovation Council. In this collective endeavor, rest assured that the Commission will be a relentless partner. Thank you.
Well, thank you. A big thank you to Kerstin Jorna, even though she could not be with us here in person. And now it is my great honor to introduce to you our keynote speaker of this plenary session, Professor Mark Ferguson. Please, Mark, join me here on stage. Thank you. You can take one of the seats here. Mark Ferguson, you're the chair of the board of the European Innovation Council. So glad to have you here with us.
Okay, thank you very much. So we heard this morning some of the challenges that face Europe, particularly the gap in deep tech entrepreneurship and scaling companies between, for example, the US or China and Europe. And what I want to talk to you about in the next few minutes are two game changers in Europe that are addressing that gap. Very briefly, the European Innovation Council, which has been my privilege to chair since its inception, and which I hand over today to Michael, who is the new president of the EIC. This is a 10 billion initiative. In the pilot, we invested about 305 million euros. We invested that in 105 companies, and we leveraged in 3 times as much investment from the private sector. So the EIC is all about crowding in investment from the private sector. And those companies, that portfolio is now valued at more than 40 billion. It includes, as you heard earlier, 12 unicorns and 112 centaur companies. And in the full EIC that's currently underway, more than 100 deals. We're investing about 1.5 billion per year, the largest deep tech investor in Europe. Next is BP France with about 36 deals per year. EIC is about 70 deals per year. So this is a game changer. This is really about providing the finance. The second game changer, which is what this session is about, is the European Unitary Patent, launched today. And the European Unitary Patent is really, really important for deep tech investors. Why is that? One application gets you coverage in all of the European countries. So it's a much wider protection. There's no need to file in individual countries. So the scale is much more like filing a US patent. There's a reduced cost. The estimate is about 5,000 euros to cover the first 10 years of the European Unitary Patent, so you're not paying costs in each of the individual countries. And most importantly, you have great predictability about the enforcement or the defense of those patents. Because unlike what has been able to happen before, where you can have a challenge in individual European countries, and people often pick out the country that has perhaps the least sophisticated patent court, we now have an extremely competent, really high-class unitary court for examining challenges to patents. So you have much more certainty about that. And the consequence of that should be fewer patent trolls. It should be fewer people looking to disrupt patents for not particularly productive reasons. It's also really important because the costs of maintenance of the patent are reduced. You don't need patent attorneys in all of the separate European countries. You're doing this in a single, unified way. So this is a potential game changer. You will know that the countries around Europe have to ratify or have to become part of the European patent, unitary patent system. And those of you who know anything about it will wonder that why I, from Ireland, who are such a strong advocate of this, Ireland is not yet ratified the unitary patent. And so this is my embarrassing disclosure. And I have to tell you that the reason for that is that the Constitution of Ireland requires that whenever we cede national control to a supranational body, it has to go to a referendum. and it has to go to a referendum of the public. And that will happen probably later this year. We have referendums on lots of stuff, and normally the public don't vote on the intricacies of the European unitary patent. If they're pissed off with the government, they basically send a no vote, and if they're happy with the government, they send a yes vote. So the government has to be quite intelligent about when it launches these constitutional referendums. But rest assured, the Irish solution is if we don't get a result that we like, we just run the referendum again. So Ireland will run a referendum and will sign up to the unitary patent, but my embarrassing disclosure is that that has not yet happened. It's a fantastic development for Europe. Now a few words generally about the importance of patents for entrepreneurs. So my first minute or so will be addressed to entrepreneurs. I often hear from leading academics that they don't want a patent because it takes too long and their livelihood depends on publishing or showing off at a conference with some new discovery that they have made. This is total bullshit, okay? It takes maximum 2 to 3 weeks to file a patent. You can do that easily. It takes 2 to 3 weeks to write a really good paper. You can do this simultaneously. In fact, I would say that they're very synergistic. In my past life, I filed 60 patent families. I've also published in the world's best journals. These things are really important. But if you want to build deep tech, you've got to patent before you publish or preach, because a disclosure will kill the patent when you come to enforce it. It's a really important dynamic. The second thing I hear from distinguished academics is my promotion depends on having fantastic papers and talking at the best conferences. It doesn't depend on patenting. Well, that might be true, but the challenge to university leaders is you need to make deep tech entrepreneurship part of the evaluation criteria for promotion within universities. And you can do this in clever ways. And the clever way of doing it is to translate the value of that into the currency of academia. So one of the successful initiatives we launched in Ireland was I convinced the university presidents to make the following statement to the academic staff. If you get a granted patent in Europe and the United States, so it's a patent granted, not filed, granted in 2 major territories, we will count that as the equivalent of 2 papers published in either Nature or Science, which are the world's most prestigious journals, for your promotion. That changed the landscape in academia. Suddenly people thought, I can file a patent on my inventions, I can look at this. They probably couldn't get a paper in Nature or Science. So you can very easily tweak the evaluation criteria. But even if you're not willing to do that, most academics want to find an industrial partner. Let me tell you that all major industrial partners, when they search for an academic partner, will do a patent search. Yeah, they might look at the literature and see you've published in fantastic journals. Yes, they may see that you're a leader in a particular field, but they will also do a patent search. Why? Because if they find that you have filed a patent, what it means is that you know how to do it. They may not be interested in the patents that you filed in the past. They may be or may not be interested in that. But they're interested that if they're going to fund you and you discover something in that joint program, you have the process and the intellectual capacity to know that you need to file before you publish or preach. So this is really in the academic interest. And you heard numbers earlier where the numbers of deep tech patent filings in Europe are falling. We need to do something about that. We need to do something about the fact that we need more women to be filing patents. So that's my message to the academics. To the entrepreneurs, it's really important that you have a good IP portfolio. You can value this. We heard that earlier from Darren when he was talking about the value of intellectual property. It's how you protect deep tech innovations that have long timelines, high capex to take them to market. And it gives comfort to the investors. The investors will do due diligence. You should do due diligence. You need to know you have the freedom to operate. You need to know where you stand in the patent field. In biotech, it's almost impossible to commercialize something without doing some cross-licensing, either for a manufacturing patent or whatever. So it's really, really important to understand that landscape and to have a strategy for dealing with it. It's really important that university tech transfer offices have a strategy for dealing with their patent filings. They need to provide the finance for those patent filings, either by providing it themselves if they own the intellectual property, or providing loans to the academic if the academic is filing themselves. And that needs a strategy. If you've got a piece of somebody else's puzzle, then that's a licensing opportunity. If you want to build a really sustainable company, you often have to build a patent portfolio, and that can be quite expensive, but it's important for a really good company that is going to develop and have a pipeline of products. And then finally, for the policymakers, you know, patents have a rich history and a rich use for determining what might be future policy. So, for example, you can look at the patent literature to see what are emerging trends in technology, what are going to be some of the new technologies. And there are increasing algorithms that are about to predict the importance of individual patents. One I'll give you an example of recently from MIT is that a patent that is very deep in terms of technical content, but very wide in terms of citations of the surrounding literature, i.e. multiple applications, is likely to be a very valuable or disruptive patent because it's a technology that impacts lots of markets. There are others, but you can mine that patent database. So, my message is to you, patents are important. The unitary patent is a game changer for Europe, makes Europe much more like the United States. Academics, you need to patent more thoughtfully. Academic tech transfer offices, you need to provide more funding, either by loans or yourselves, to protect those patents, and a strategic plan to either license them or turn them into spin-outs. Those of you within the entrepreneurial thing, do your homework, do the due diligence, know where you sit in the competitive landscape, know what you have to cross-license, and really value that intellectual property asset. And I really liked what Darren said, you know, the future is potentially monetizing that asset. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. You want to ask me some questions?
No, we don't. Mark? Well, thank you so much, Mark. I believe that we will learn more on best practices in this section for the rest of this plenary session. And now, moving on, we will hear about the experiences of a successful and renowned deep tech company. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Danielle Levinson, Director of IPR Management at Research Laboratories.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I will get a clicker, but I'm going to start talking. So my name is Danielle Levinson, and I'm going to give about 5 to 8 minutes talk on research and our IP management journey. And thank you. So my 10-second CV, I worked both in industry and academia. I've had the opportunity to work on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. I've been with research for almost 6 years now. And I've also had the opportunity to do a PhD at the Karolinska Institutet here in Stockholm, exploring measures for inventive productivity. Happy to talk to you about that one. I defended it 5 years ago, so it might be a bit outdated, but there might be some results that we can still discuss. I did get more curious going back to industry, so I did that after my PhD. And I will now dedicate a few minutes to talk about research, where I'm currently at. So research, for those of you who might not know, it's a Swedish medtech company. It is in the oncology or cancer space. We provide software that is helping clinics delivering radiation therapy. It was founded by one entrepreneur, Johan Löv. He's currently still our CEO. And he had a vision, and that was to improve precision in radiation therapy. Our assets are purely intellectual. It's our employees and their achievements that sometimes results in patents as well, and obviously know-how that we put into our contracts when we work with these guys, because we have a lot of industrial partnerships, and we also work with academic institutions across the world. So we balance the way of being open and closed interactively, so to speak. And as I said, we work in the oncology space. We provide software that can help plan the radiation therapy. When I came to research, I thought, how difficult could this be? You sort of direct your radiation towards a tumor and it's gone. Well, it wasn't that easy, unfortunately. But there's a lot of innovation happening, and that has happened in the past 20 years. My father is an oncologist, and I remember being 6 years old, and he took me into the clinic. I don't know if that was allowed, but he didn't have a babysitter. And we walked into the room. I couldn't even see the patient, so maybe that was GDPR compliant. But I remember him drawing on the patient, sort of trying to make the margin for where they should irradiate the patient. And we have come very far from that approach by using software and understanding images and having images technology incorporated in order to actually be able to irradiate just the tumor and save the tissue, the healthy tissue around the tumor. So that's what we do. We plan this, and we help the dosimetrists and the doctors in the hospital with that. We also manage patient workflows through our software. We have some products for the hardware control, and we also have AI products that help us learn from the past by using machine learning. And these are some of the products that does this. And as I mentioned previously, our assets are purely intellectual, and we obviously have some registrable rights, but we try to orchestrate all of this: trademarks, patents, know-how, and obviously contracts, not the least. Today we have more than 100 inventions that we've sought patent protection for. We have over 250 patents granted, and I counted prior to this conversation that we have about 20% of the employees that are inventors at the company. So that's pretty good, I think. So now let's turn for a few more minutes, if I have time, to our IP management journey, which started a few years back, not in such a positive manner. A little more than a decade ago now, research was sued for patent infringement. We got a patent infringement claim from a US patent troll, as we heard, they exist. And that was a trigger for the management to think about patents, because prior to that, they had been more in the academic direction, working with publishing, so publishing research results. And obviously, since we work still today with clinics around the world, that is something we do on a daily basis. But that was a triggering event, and we managed to settle that action. So it didn't come to a court, but the company bled quite a lot of money and energy. But that made the management realize that they need to put this type of role in place and need to actually think about maybe building their own IP portfolio. So that was the starting point. But it's quite a reactive approach. And I think it happens at a lot of companies. The best model is, of course, this. At the company start, or even prior to that, think about these questions and applying an IP strategy so that you don't end up in these situations. So the lessons learned. It's quite hard in a few minutes to talk about all the lessons learned, but here are some. Let's try not to be late to the party. Again, sit down, have a talk, have an IP conversation, and also ensure that all the assets are considered, all the IP assets are considered in contracts. Understand our position, understand I want to talk about the inventive space, not just what patents do you have, what publications do you have, because that's easy, that's identifiable. The tricky part is, what is the inventive space today, in 3 years, in 5 years? And we need to be much better, I think, at understanding that and tracing those type of dynamics. And then obviously commitment from management is essential. Management and boards need to understand this, need to professionalize themselves and make time for IP. And I'm coming now to my last slide. where I have some thoughts, given that I've both been in the academic world and in industry. Some of the implications for the IP system. Well, for us companies, again, we need to adjust. We need to have an IP strategy. We need to adjust that strategy throughout the company life cycle. We need to orchestrate all of our assets and do it in a smart way. And we need to bring everybody to the table. We need to include IP people at the table already at the start of a discussion about moving into another territory or trying to sell a new technology, rather than coming afterwards and saying, wait, is this already patented? Or did you promise our software combined with their hardware without taking a royalty or something like that? And then for schools, higher education institutions, funding agencies, I have one message: educate, educate, educate. And I also want to emphasize not only the researchers. There has been a lot of talk in the past 2 decades, 3 decades on educating researchers, making them entrepreneurs. And in my research, I found that a few percent, they want to be entrepreneurs and they will do it well and they will be the founders of the new deep tech companies. But a majority will want to deliver their technology and thoughts and know-how to someone else to make that journey. And I think it's important to make that distinction. And then last but not least, all of us, PTOs, attorneys, providers, policymakers, we need to adopt technology. We need to understand now how these large learning models that everyone is talking about, large learning language models, how can that help us? It should be as easy as it is to get a passport as it is to get, it should be as easy to get a passport as it is, or to get a patent as it is to get a passport. Sorry, the oxygen level is sort of reducing here, sorry. But really, we heard that it takes 1 to 2 to 3 weeks, sure. But I believe that the system, the processes can improve much better. And sitting in a company, you don't want to pay for duplication or triplication of data. We should stop shuffling data and really try to invest in better processes. I think that is a key component in being competitive, actually. And only when we do that, we can sort of focus on the core and identify what's going to be sort of the future and grow these seeds now. And on that note, I want to finish my conversation here.
Well, thank you, Danielle. Just a few questions. Yes, thank you. Great presentation. I just have a question. When you say that we need to understand all intellectual assets and not just focusing on the registrable patents or inventions and look at all. In my experience, and I'm sure that you all agree, every important, valuable patent has started its journey being just a little piece of information that was probably, hopefully, confidential at the time, possibly a trade secret. And it has made its way, its journey to become this great patent. And what I hear that you stress is that it's important for the company to understand all of its information strategy, because already the information snippets may be the valuable assets. What would be your advice to deep tech companies to start this work on information strategy to build the IP portfolio?
I think that's a very interesting point, and we just had an internal discussion about how can you do this, because there are algorithms out there that can actually classify documents, and obviously it's not as easy as that, but I think it starts there, because even if it's only 2% of your know-how is the valuable know-how, you still need to identify that.
Yes.
And it's not sufficient just to have a policy, you need to sort of do it. So I will explore that actually when I come home.
Wonderful. Thank you, Danielle. And please stay with us here on stage as I welcome up some of the most experienced and knowledgeable persons in this field. Sonia London, General Counsel, please come up, and Licensing Executive of Tactotech, as well as President-elect of the LSEI, the Licensing Executive Society. Please take a seat, or stand, I might say. Bowman Hayden, Director of Center for Intellectual Property in Gothenburg, also Executive Director of the Tusche Center for the Management of Intellectual Capital at Berkeley, as well as Jan Meunier, Chief Economist of the European Patent Office. Please give a warm welcome to my great panel.
Catherine, you can come in. I'll stand back so I don't look so tall.
Wonderful. I'm really glad, Bo, that you are standing a bit further away from me. I think that if we are equally intelligent, then I am more intelligent by the centimeter.
What do you mean? It's like this.
So I just wanted to start. We've heard this great presentation from Danielle, and we have learned the importance for companies to understand the importance of intellectual assets. So what would you say, Bo, are the challenges that companies face?
Yeah, so one of the things I wanted to mention was what Henrik Olsen, I hope he's out here somewhere, and I talk about, there he is over there, as this IP strategy gap that tends to be kind of structured in the system. And he touched on it a bit, and so did Danielle, and so did Mark. But first, let's pull back a little bit. When we talk about trying to create a successful knowledge economy, of course, we need to create new knowledge, but we need to combine that with control. So the knowledge economy is really the control of knowledge economy. So what will happen is if you don't have control over knowledge, especially expensive knowledge that needs to be created, then either people will not create the knowledge or it won't flow to the people that created it. And it's important to know that control is important for openness. We talked a lot about open innovation before. If you don't have control, you can't create openness in an orderly fashion. If you don't believe that, then try to throw a party at your neighbor's house, right? It's tricky. You need to have control to create openness. Recently, Elon Musk, he made a statement that patents are for the weak, right? But you know what? He's right. That's why small companies that have invested a lot of money in a global environment where there's lots of competition, they need patents. This is what levels the playing field. It gives them a chance to get their innovation into market and be disruptive. So he's right on that regard. I'm not sure that's what he meant, but he was right. We also need to expand the idea of IP, not just to be patents, but to be about, especially with deep tech, it's about the control of technology. So if you talk about IP equals technology plus control, I think that's good. In the marketing world, we talk about, people would say, the customer doesn't want a 2-centimeter drill, they want a 2-centimeter hole in the wall. Yeah. Same thing in IP. You don't want a patent, you want a technology control position that allows you to create competitive advantage and get your innovation onto the market. So we need to look at this, and as you mentioned, Danielle, it can be a broad set of intellectual assets that you need to look at. So the technology assets and the control mechanisms can be much broader than just patents and other intellectual property rights. So then so to talk about an IP strategy, then we have to look at what are all the important intellectual assets of the company. How does this work with the business model? How do we understand the competitive landscape? All of this is critical. So when we look at this, why do we have this IP strategy gap? Well, this IP strategy is actually quite sophisticated. It's not the same as just getting a patent, even though that's difficult in itself. And so you have the business people that don't know anything really about IP, and you have the IP professionals that lack knowledge on strategic business issues. And there really isn't an incentive for them to learn this information or to pay for it, because either they don't know that they need it or they're not prepared to deliver it. So it's important. So from an economics perspective, we would call this a market failure. Yeah. The market hasn't allowed these capabilities to come about. And in order to solve it, I think we could do education, education, education. But maybe we also need an incentive, a pull. So if people that provide funding require an IP strategy, then maybe that will get the business people to understand what that is. And then maybe that will pull on the IP consultancy community to deliver on this level. But if we do use the government for this, it's very important that we don't just end up with stuff happening, that we really look at it critically to see whether they are really getting an IP strategy in a way that's useful. And of course, it needs to be measured from an output or an impact perspective. And the European Patent Office, who I've been collaborating with, has also been building this type of educational step with a high growth tech business initiative. So I've been happy to work with that, and hopefully tomorrow we'll come up with some more ideas.
Isn't it sometimes difficult for the company wanting to have an IP strategy to understand if it is actually an IP strategy that they get delivered from the consultants and not merely a registration strategy or registration policy?
Well, I think the word strategy is overused, right? probably innovation as well. Everyone talks about innovation. It's probably the only thing we agree on in the world, except the Olympics. So strategy is overused. I just gave a talk in Denmark the other day. Is your IP strategy strategic?
Right.
So, and for me, what that means is that it can be measured in terms that the business understands, that the shareholders understand.
Right.
If it's measured on those terms, then it's strategic.
And it has to be aligned with the business model, because if it's
Exactly.
just living in a silo on its own and not being aligned with the business model, it's not a strategic tool to use for the company, right?
Right, that's the key, and then the feedback loop. So does
Exactly.
it create value?
Thank you. And Sonia, you have extensive experience from the in-house and company perspective. What do you think that deep tech companies need to do to be proactive in the way that Danielle said it's important not to come late to the party and to not just be reactive, but to be proactive?
Wow. Okay, that's a good question. I'll give you a couple of examples on these strategies when they don't work. I've seen one made by a major IP law firm, which was a guide on how to make a good IP strategy, and it was mainly explaining on what is a patent and what are the other forms of IP. That didn't help anyone, except maybe you didn't have to buy that as a training from them. And then I've seen a brilliant patent strategy on very, very good for that technology area, but it didn't say anything about the strategic use of those patents. So basically, that company was creating cost and protection, but not really a good view on what to actually do with that patent strategy. And that was patent strategy, not IP. In the let's say more extensive way. But what's the key point there is that you need to build value with IP, and you need to know how to do it. And this one, as you said, goes hand in hand with the business model and the business strategy that you have. So you need to know what's your strategy, which is not always very easy thing to do. Also, if your technology is developing, the business models might be changing. So it's not that simple all the time, know that this is it and it's not going to change because everything is changing. So your IP strategy needs to be agile enough so that you can actually change it or pivot to another way or choose something else going forward. So you need to understand your business strategy, your business model, and then you can start to think about how to use this IP, all forms of IP strategically, whether you are protecting your own production or your own products, which is the most used business model for or strategic use for IP, whether you are going to create revenues from your IP by selling it or licensing it, whether you are going to use it as building ecosystems and work with others, whether you are going to use it to ensure your own freedom of action against your competition, or whether you are just getting an access, and this is a good point, whether you own it or whether you get access to technology, you need to decide these things. So it's a complicated thing. In the end, you just need to do it. And there's a lot of tactical stuff on top of the strategic. I'll give you one more example, if I have time.
Yes, please do.
So my company is leading innovator in structural electronics for automotive and aviation industries. And because you had so find this that IP strategy is more than just the IP, but it's contracting. So we have 4 pillars strategy. We are creating the leading IP position and maintaining it. And then that includes a lot of tactical things. We are doing smart contracting, as you said, also so that we will consider that in all agreements, and IP will also be a walkaway item if we are not able to agree in a favorable way. We are creating an ecosystem because we are still a small Finnish company and we can't innovate for everybody and on behalf of all of the world. So we are creating an innovation ecosystem with research centers, academia, other companies, supply chains and so on, which needs to be carefully crafted so that everybody gets the benefit out of it. And then lastly, we will monitor the technology landscape And this is the fourth pillar that we will selectively enforce if we must, but we will also monitor the competition and then choose the wisest actions. That's
Yes, it sounds
shortly.
like a very good example of how to do it. I know that you sometimes say that sort of as a well-known, not very secret, that this isn't really rocket science, but it's a work that needs to be done.
It is not rocket science. All of the bits and pieces here are easily understandable to any, well, let's say intelligent person. and if you are just looking at it from a strategic point of view and applying those learnings to your business, you should be able to get there.
So it's more a challenge because of its complexity than its difficultness, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And you learn by doing it. So the IP gap on consultants and in-house, you just need to overcome that by working together effectively.
Yes. Very good. Let's hope that we will go out and do that. Jan, from your perspective, from the economic perspective and also from the EPO, do you have any comments on this?
Well, first, I fully agree. I have to fully agree with what has just been said. This is also our experience. We regularly monitor companies, carry out case studies, some of them together with Bo, and this is the regular outcome, actually, that sound IP management, IP capture matters, and the holistic approach to IP aligned with the business strategy. I would like to add here that it matters even more for deep tech. So there's no, I mean, we could debate a long time the definition of deep tech, but there's this, usually it's the first time it's not the first time I'm talking about deep tech, but probably it's the first time I've been asked to talk about deep tech, because usually I'm asked to talk about SMEs, so the very large bucket where you have deep tech startups and so on. Sometimes about startups, but never about deep tech, and that's so I'm very grateful for this event. I think it's a great initiative. And they are different. They have different impact. They have different needs, and it is very much the case as regards IP. Actually, for ordinary SMEs, it's nice to innovate. It's nice to have IP on top of it. For deep tech, it's vital. And in that case, it becomes absolutely clear that you need to consider your IP capture, and you need to align that with the business strategy, because it's fundamental in the life of that company. So it's important to have these kind of events to recognize it and to have public international organizations recognizing it as well, starting with IP offices. So this is what we try to do at the EPO, and to monitor this type of businesses and their use of the patent system in particular. And so again, it's a matter of definition, but if we try to identify startups listed in Deal Room or Crunchbase that have been filing patent applications in Europe, we find about 13,000 of them, including 10,000 that file with the EPO. And when we study them, we see that they are more performant economically, that they grow faster, and that they are even more likely to grow fast, that they use international IP rights, especially European IP rights, and that they have a holistic approach to IP, so that they smartly use the combination of the types of IP rights. I think that confirms what you just said. We also compared, together with the European Investment Bank, startups in that space, in the space of smart connected objects in Europe and the US, those that have patents. And so the negative part, or the negative results here, is that there are twice as many such startups in the US than in Europe. So there's still a gap, and they use IP more intensively in the US. So there's a gap as well when it comes to using IP correctly.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and that's very interesting. And I like to follow the monitoring work of the EPO. It's very interesting. I have a question to all of the panel, actually, and that is, we are now in a room. We are all in a room full of policymakers and politicians. If you would have one wish granted that would strengthen deep tech entrepreneurship and scale up in Europe, what would that be? Sonia.
I can start. Someone mentioned funding, but I could
continue on that a little bit, funding without immense amount of bureaucracy, please. That would be appreciated, because it doesn't help you if you need to hire external lawyers of the best law firm to understand the papers of 90 pages of things that you will need to read. So please make it simple and accessible for the SMEs.
You get a big round of applause for that. I hope some of the applauding in the audience were also policymakers. Another wish for the policymakers that will be granted.
Well,
Danielle.
I agree on that one, and I also think we need to actually have good data on what we're talking about here. And especially, I think, in Sweden, we have a little bit of a unique situation where, for instance, universities, no one knows what is patented today, unless it's changed since when I did my dissertation at our academic institutions. Is that a problem? Maybe not. Is the system functioning? Yeah, to some degree, yes, it is. But could it be better? I think so. And I think one of the keys actually to get the data. It's not as difficult these days as it was only a decade ago. And that data will give us more direction. So that is my message, to actually explore more and have data-driven policies.
Thank you. And Bowman, do you have a wish from the policymakers that will strengthen the deep tech entrepreneurial?
Lots of wishes, let's see. But I do agree with what you said, Danielle, about the data. I think that one of the low-hanging fruit, and we talk about this all over the world, is that there's a lot of data that would be helpful for incubators and communities and funders. I know we ran the graphene project. That was a big $2 billion European project. And that was created, but I'm not sure it was first understood where all the intellectual property rights were. Because if you're going to try to compete internationally with the US and China and Korea on batteries and AI and quantum, you need to have an idea of what will be required, what is the minimum level of investment required to overcome the situation that you're facing now. Are you behind and you need to catch up? That's a different situation than if you're ahead and you want to stay ahead, right? The other thing that it's not so easy to do, there's a structural problem in Europe that makes it difficult, is that I would say that for most deep tech companies, or in most tech companies, the main market, other than the one where they started in Europe, is probably the US.
Yeah.
So if you start in Sweden, then you look to the US. If you start in Germany, you look to the US. So even though we try to create better mobility and we try to create single markets, we definitely want to make it easier for this to scale up in Europe. And of course, the killer app that the US does very well is that they steal all the good people from the rest of the world and keep them in the US.
Yeah.
So I always joke that we should create a free zone in the French Riviera. Maybe that's a good place to coordinate.
If it doesn't become too warm in the coming 2 decades, but that would be a good idea.
Yeah, so.
Sweden will be more attractive. We have heard from all of you actually that it's important to have understanding of intellectual assets also at the management level. How do companies and how would policymakers support that to integrate this understanding into the management of companies? Are there any ideas, any best practices on how to do that?
The best is to get sued, right? We had a joke before that we were going to create a Swedish government-funded patent troll to sue all the companies to create awareness.
That's a great idea.
And that is, of course, one of the main reasons why in the US there is more awareness on the top level, because people get sued more often. Mm-hmm. You know, in the US, Americans, that's how they say hello, right? With a lawsuit. It doesn't mean that much. But in any event, so it's that type of awareness usually has to have some bite to it. You can't just tell people come to a course.
Right.
And if you definitely have the word intellectual property in it, they're not coming to that one. So you have to do this a bit cleverly, and there has to be they have to see the benefits of it.
Yeah,
that's
I
the challenge.
agree. Sonia?
If we can find out something what Mark was mentioning about the incentivizing, that if your patent application is considered as a publication, can we create something like that for the management so that they will look better if they are understanding IP? Maybe the growth, because these companies do grow, the IP-heavy companies do grow faster. Can we build something on that? I don't have ready answers, but I did like the incentive part.
Yes, very good. Well, I'm sure that you all agree that we would have wanted this panel to last longer. I'm sure that we could have gone on for a long time discussing these important questions. Don't worry, stay here. The buses will not leave without us, so you are still safe. But a big thank you to our panel, Sonia, Danielle, Jan, and Bowman.
Thank you.
And I think that my own 5 takeaways from this plenary session would be that the unitary patent will strengthen the single market and heal the fragmentation. The second is that strategic management of intellectual assets actually build competitive and strong deep tech companies. The third one is that companies need to raise the awareness, and preferably also at the management level, of strategic intellectual assets to become proactive at an early phase. Advisors and policymakers have a little work to do to get better at meeting the actual need of the companies, and hopefully to also incentivize the correct behavior of the companies to stimulate growth. And the last one, policymakers have an important role to play in setting conditions and requirements that will foster the IP ecosystem to meet the needs of the companies. And with that, I want to leave you saying that I hope to see as many as possible of you tomorrow in the workshop on strategic intellectual assets, where all these key questions will be addressed in a very hands-on fashion, because we will need your input to be able to move forward to strengthen the competitiveness of European companies. And with that, I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thanks, Sia.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I was just about to say, how do you conclude? You just concluded the conclusion. It is the end of the first day of the conference of Deep Tech Entrepreneurship for an Innovative, Resilient and Competitive Internal Market. I think we started well with the minister. We've talked about the tremendous opportunity, but we've also been told off. We need more ambition. There's a gap, both in terms of diversity, but also the fact that research and deep tech is being built in Europe and leaves. We've talked about the structural challenges. We've talked about the structural opportunities. We've talked about IP, and I'd love to quote you on IP are for the weak. I thought that was a great way to end it. And I think
I stole that, just so you know.
Yeah, clearly, and you stole it.
And twisted it.
You stole it and twisted it very well. It is time for us to marinate this and be back here tomorrow for 8:15 for a coffee, and then a 9 a.m. start. For those of you taking a bus, the bus will leave promptly. For those of you not taking a bus, find a taxi in reception. This has been a great day, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.